please encourage him by giving him a round of applause.
Thank you. In all things, we want to acknowledge the divine in everything that we do. Amen. And so, can I, with permission, ask that we rise up so that we can pray? Our God and Master, we thank you and we bless you. It is in you that we live, in you that we move, and in you that we have our being. There is nothing that we can do without the breath that you continually give to us. We thank you for giving us life, and we thank you for bringing our friends from far and also from near to join us today. As all wisdom and knowledge comes from you, we ask that you will be present in this meeting. In these 2 days, Lord, may we see your favor as never before. Grant us useful and fruitful deliberations, and at the end of it all, teach us understanding so that we will continue the task that you have left us here to do. In the name of Jesus Christ, amen.
Thank you very much, Reverend Professor John W.D. Ayer, for that powerful opening prayer. Well, the objective of this year's ESTE 24 Symposium is to share knowledge and expertise in engineering, science, technology, and entrepreneurship research, and to discuss collaborative opportunities for continuous research engagement and professional development. For the next 2 days, it's going to be all of us together to forge ahead in this agenda. To open up the symposium and to welcome all our guests, permit me to welcome the Provost for the College of Engineering, KNUST-TEK, Kumasi, Ghana, Professor Kwabena Brichum Nyako. With a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, that's Prof.
Colleague provosts and directors, Dean of Engineering, New Mexico Tech, that's Professor Corey, former provosts of the College of Engineering, we have Professor Momade and Professor Mpedu here, deans and heads of departments, senior members, distinguished guests, members of the press media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am honored to welcome you to the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology for this International Research Symposium with a broad theme of engineering, science, technology, and entrepreneurship, that is ESTE, and for the year 2024. This symposium is a unique opportunity for us to share knowledge, exchange ideas, and foster collaborations in the field of engineering, science, technology, and entrepreneurship. This symposium, a significant event in our academic calendar, is a testament to our commitment to fostering collaborations and professional development in engineering education and research. As a university, we do not take our collaborations and partnerships lightly. And I'm particularly pleased to highlight the strong international partnership that exists between the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology and New Mexico Tech. On 20th November 2023, our MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, with New Mexico Tech was renewed to promote the exchange of students, faculty, and develop innovative approaches to STEM education. With the MOU, we have 2 of our faculty members pursuing their PhDs as New Mexico Tech. We also have the 2+2 program, and we sent 4 of our students from petroleum engineering after their second year to New Mexico Tech, and I'm happy to report that their performance is excellent. If there's a word more than excellent, I would have used that. Our partnership demonstrates our commitment to thinking globally and finding solutions to complex global challenges. KNUST, with more than 80,000 students and multiple research centers, our partnership with New Mexico Tech creates a rich resource for research, teaching, and innovation in the 2 institutions. I would like to acknowledge and express our sincere appreciation to our partners for making this ESTE a reality. We have our KNUST, we have New Mexico Tech, we have University of Energy and Natural Resources in Sunyani, University of Mines and Technology at Takwa. And if you look at the history of KNUST, we can call UMAT. UMAT can qualify to be son, firstborn. Correct me if I'm mistaken. And UNE will be what? Not second-born, grandchild. UNE, UMAT, are you here? Give us a wave. We are excited to have you with us. The 2024 ESTE Symposium, with its distinguished lineup of speakers and participants, is a testament to our collective commitment to advancing the frontiers of knowledge and making meaningful contributions to the fields of engineering and technology. I would like to acknowledge and extend a special welcome to our keynote speakers. We have Professor Samuel I.K. Ampedu, former Provost of the College of Engineering, who is here with us. Professor Corey, Dean of Engineering at New Mexico Tech. Your insights and expertise will undoubtedly set the tone for a stimulating and a productive symposium. The symposium is the first in the series of international research symposium to be held with New Mexico Tech, University of Energy and Natural Resources, UMAT, and as such, it is a great privilege to have you all here with us today. I hope you've all settled in well at your hotels, those who traveled. That's from New Mexico Tech, UNE, UMAT, and I urge you to tour our beautiful campus in the next couple of days while in Kumasi. The ESTE International Research Symposium is more about simply a 2-day symposium. We are here to share knowledge and expertise in engineering, science, technology, and entrepreneurship, and discuss collaborative opportunities for continuous research, engagement, and professional development. I'm sure we all know the important role that science technology plays. And for our country, we are convinced that science and technology has a critical role to transform our economies. And I'm confident that this symposium will provide inputs to help in that. I hope we can facilitate this atmosphere of collaboration and thus help create a diverse global network to empower us and our communities to tackle some of the challenges. And these are in the areas of energy, climate change, the application of AI, artificial intelligence, and machine learning to confront our challenges. I would like to welcome you all to our university. We are here and firmly believe that knowledge sharing and international collaboration has an important role to play in our activities. Continuous research and professional development, innovation and creativity is critical for a long-term sustainable improvement in the quality of engineering education. Like New Mexico Tech, KNUST also has a proud history. From a humble beginning as a college of technology, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology has been transformed into one of Africa's leading science and technology university. The College of Engineering of KNUST has spearheaded efforts to design and develop sustainable solutions to address our developmental challenges. The happy faces I see looking up at me can form part of the new and exciting chapter in our history to change the lives of the young ones and the society at large. As we embark on this journey of learning and discovery, I encourage you all to actively engage in the sections, discussions, and networking opportunities. Together, we can advance the frontiers of knowledge and contribute to the advancement of engineering and technology for the benefit of our respective countries. We have high hopes for the symposium and its potential to inspire new ideas, foster collaborations, and drive impactful research. At this point, I want to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of our organizing committee and the support of our sponsors and partners. The committee, led by Professor Obeng, if you are here, can we see you and acknowledge you? Committee members, we are very grateful. Our partners, New Mexico team, can you give us a wave? Yes. UMAT, UNE. Okay. Thank you for your presence and participation in this symposium. Your contributions are invaluable, and we are truly grateful for your active involvement. Welcome to the 2024 ESTE International Research Symposium. Let us make the most of this opportunity to learn, collaborate, and innovate. Thank you for your contributions. On this note, I would like to declare the symposium duly open. Thank you, and Akwaba. God bless us all.
Thank you so much, the Provost of the College of Engineering, Professor Kwabena Bichum Nyako. For the next 2 days, our visitors are going to be here with us. Now, I would have loved to mention each and every KNUST staff here, so that at least, during deliberation, they have any question about the university, you can conveniently, answer. But the names I know and I can provide, let's just acknowledge them. Well, we have the Provost for the College of Science, Professor Mekuji, here. If you can give us a wave so our visitors will get to know. If you have any question, you can get to Prof. Mekuji. We have the Dean that's the past Dean for the Faculty of Mechanical Engineering and Chemical Engineering, Professor George Obeng, with us. Can we have a wave? I know he's up and about. He will come in. I will introduce him again. We have the Dean for Quality Assurance and Planning Office. That's Professor Jerry John Ponyo with us this morning as well. Good morning to you. As and when I acknowledge, we have the Registrar for the College of Engineering, Mrs. Ida Said here. Also very welcoming, so if you have any questions, you can also throw it her way. Now let's dive straight into our keynote speakers. And we're very excited about our first keynote speaker. He's a professor of geotechnical engineering here at KNUST. He's an educator, a researcher, and a consultant in geotechnical engineering and pavement geotechnics. He has combined the rare expertise of an academic with that of engineering practice. As an educator and a researcher, he has had 40 years of teaching and research experience at the College of Engineering at KNUST, where he has served as the head of Department for Civil Engineering and also the provost for the College of Engineering, shaping the direction of engineering education in Ghana. He is a leading authority in laterite and lateric soil and has served as chair for the International Society of Soil Mechanics and Geotechnical Engineering from 2011 to 2019. He was the president for the Ghana Geotechnical Society and the Ghana chapter of the International Geosynthetic Society until 2019. As a past president of the Ghana Institute of Engineering and the founding member of the Engineering Council of Ghana, he has also shaped the practice of engineering right here in Ghana. Please, let's make this very loud. He's one of us. We are very privileged to have him as our very first keynote speaker, Engineer Professor Samuel Innocent Kofi Ampedu. Ladies and gentlemen, our very first keynote speaker for the morning. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for being here with us. We're very grateful to have you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I stand on the protocol already expressed. Taking off from the theme, today I would like us to discuss one or two things on the collaboration with industry as a key part to achieving a sustainable higher education. But my focus will be more in the area of research. This will be my presentation. I will spend some time at the introduction, and we will just skirt through the development challenges that we face. Then we'll take a very quick tour of the history of evolution of industry-university collaborations. And then I will present the collaboration framework. Then we will take an example of what happens if collaboration with the university is not sought and industry decides to go its own way, and I'll make a few comments and conclude. We are very, very familiar with this picture. These are the challenges that we face. Increasing waste management comes with the rapid urbanization. So we have issues with how do we manage the waste that we generate. This is just one of them. The same rapid urbanization and increasing population that leads to the rapid urbanization will lead to increase in urban slums, because the people that move into the cities cannot afford to pay, and so they will go in for very cheap way of housing. And how do you put even services to this? Flooding is an issue, and we all know where this comes from. It's if you like, classify it as a natural disaster, but it has a man-made component. And this is one of the effects of climate change. Flooding as a worldwide problem, result of climate change. When it happens in Florida, you can get insurance and get your life back again. When it happens in Accra, like the gentleman, that's all he has. Everything he has is right in front and is gone. He starts all over again. So the impact is completely different. Sometimes even clean drinking water is an issue. How do we deal with this? This is the context in which we can talk about this. The chemical engineering can look at this, separation, pump separation, all the technologies, different types of technologies for going about it. You can discuss that. We are all very, very familiar with this, and all these challenges have been captured, if you like, in the UN Development Goals. Summarize them. 17 with its 169 targets. But that's not what we are worried about. What we want to look at is, as a university, we say our core function, or three core functions, are teaching, research, and extension services. That is what our mandate says. And that is what we do. So as a university, these three things guide us in what we've been working on. Today, we're not focusing too much on the teaching side of it. We'll be looking just at the research. But our graduates, those that are giving us the 3.8 average that we are so proud of, when they finish, they will proceed to the world of work. And they will be in industry. And in industry, what will they do? They will use the knowledge that we've given them to produce goods and services to better our lives. For one reason or the other, society expects that universities should get involved, or they should be leading in the solution of those challenges that we've listed. After all, we are the best and the brightest. If we don't do it, who's going to do it? That expectation, sometimes you may have heard it so often, that industry thinks that there is a gap between the quality of students they need and what we produce. And most of the time, they will suggest that industry-university collaboration is what is needed in order to bridge that gap. And so we will deal with internships and all that in order to be able to give our products the skills that are just in time for the market. The evolution of industry-academia collaboration in Europe, the Americans have had that for a very long time. So for them, it's not something new. But academia in the early 60s in Europe was providing the basic knowledge to industry. Then gradually it developed into providing applied sciences. Then they were disseminating it, and then it became applying it to industry. And the relationship changed. Now we have increased role of technological innovation for competitiveness inside the university. And policy part started to remove barriers for academia-industry collaboration until currently in most countries in Europe, they will have the industrial policy and their science and technology policy kind of merging, so that academia then became a major player in the technological innovation. And then they met, and everybody was participating in the technology park. So you had the university progressing from a teaching university, becoming what they termed a research university, until what now they say it is an entrepreneurial university. So the focus of the university-academia collaboration actually depends on the state of development of the economy. So I will now present a framework. We are all aware of the triple helix innovation model, where we say that universities, industry, together with government, these are the three key units that drive innovation and bring about solution of the challenges that we face. In a developed economy, the collaboration is so developed to the extent that they are intersecting. So you have academia, government will make strategic demands, providing some technological infrastructure to academia, and they have certain targets that they will need to make. Industry also sees that they have very bright people in academia, and so they would also collaborate tightly with academia so that they can produce new ideas. And government also find out that when the industry becomes competitive, then they can get more taxes. The products become more competitive on a more global level. There is increased job creation, and government problems are solved. And the three of them will then meet at a technology park where they will share physical infrastructure and continue to develop innovation. That is what you have when the systems are very well developed. For some developing countries who have not attained this, what they do is still a triple helix model, but the linkage between academia and industry is strategically formed. It's not fully developed. For example, academia and government may make some strategic demands to academia. You do this, and you do this, you do this, and you get A, B, C. Then we will provide you with a lab, and we give you this, so you have some kind of a strategic demand and supply coming up. Of course, industry also would make specific demands to academia, and they will be working on specific things for industry. Then, of course, government begin to deal with industry by extending some special tax reliefs to them when they are doing some collaboration and so forth. So you have such a model would be something that was being pursued, let's say in India, some parts of South East Asia, and so forth. So it's a performance contract that the government expects from academia, and they get it. Now, when you have a developing country, normally the links are very weak. You have a weak link between academia and government. KNUST is an example. Government will provide the salaries, then part of the infrastructure, but that is maybe all. Industry, also very weak link with academia, and government and industry, normally they have a very suspicious relationship. They don't trust each other, but you have very weak link. Government, they complain government is taking too much taxes. Government expects industry to increase employment, but the links are weak. And each component, or each, is operating in its own kind of silos as independently as possible in its own sphere. So that is the collaborative framework, and definitely we belong to the third model. So we will then take this model and see how we move forward with it. And I'll give you an example. I will use a pavement structure. This on the left is the structure of a pavement. This is actually the Pokwasi interchange, one of the roads, the structure. You have a hot mixed asphalt surfacing on top of a crushed rock base, and then sitting also on top of a cement stabilized sub-base. It's actually an inverted pavement structure. But what we want to talk about is actually the top part, which is the hot mixed asphalt. That layer consists of aggregates and bitumen, asphalt. When you put it together and you mix it at a proper temperature, you get this material, an elastoplastic material, which you use for the top of the road, which we all like to have. It is actually the most expensive part of the pavement. Why am I using this as the example? Well, the specification says that the aggregates, you must use granites and gneiss. So what is the implication? The implication is that if we are making a road, especially in the Volta region, it means we have to haul the material from the nearest quarries that very long distances. It means certain parts of the country become very expensive. But we have other rocks. So why are we not using the other rocks? Simple. We don't know how it will work. So that is the problem, if you like, put it in a research component. We can go into other types of rocks, investigate their usability, but this is a research problem. But it's also a problem that industry faces. They have to build the roads, and they cannot get the material. So what do? One of their response was directly industry looking at dealing with the problem. They were faced with this when they were building the Axim Junction to Takwa. It's a 62-kilometer road. Those who know, yes, is it UDS? No, not UDS. Takwa is here, isn't it? Yes, so I'm sure you know the road very well. So the structure it's not as elaborate as the one that I showed you, but it still has a 50-millimeter hot mix asphalt on top. And of course, it has a crushed rock base and then a sub-base. Then they had a lot of, if you like, rocks from 100 years of mining of manganese all over the place. So I don't know whose idea it was, but so why can't we use it? So they used it. They built it, and what was the result? Very quickly, cracking distress, lots of distresses were observed on the road. It hasn't even been handed over. So the distresses had nothing to do with loading. Something was going on. So eventually what happened? They had to rip it off. So when industry goes alone, of course, we would very quickly, naturally say, poor workmanship. But you check the quality control data, at least the properties, and it all were within specification. So the aggregates met all the specifications. So the problem was not just a specification issue. Remember, in consulting, you use the knowledge that already exists to provide the goods and services that is required. And the limitation or the limit of what was there, it met the specification, all right, but it didn't work. So this is what happens when we skirt collaboration. So you see, you have university, industry. Of course, you are all familiar with university trying to solve problems. And we try to give justification to our research themes and topics. The students would come at the beginning of the year, they want research topics. They want you to give them things to research on, to write their thesis. And you like to hive off some of what you are working on. 20, 30 students come. So you give them something to work on. So university is working directly on a problem as they perceive it from the university. So what happens is that actually we do research, we can write our technical papers and get very well published, but actually we are only nibbling at the problem. And I've already discussed when industry decides to go directly to the problem without involving research. So they will just throw money at the problem and it will not work. What we are talking about is that industry and university should collaborate so that they will do, so if you follow your blue, they will do the research and then there will be an uptake of the research and it would be a more useful. So we are talking here about the relevance of the research that we do. If you skirt university industry collaboration, it becomes very difficult to make your research work relevant. So, just from the top of my head, I think that what we need in order to get this is to create a well-structured management system for the collaboration between industry and academia. We need to have an office that will provide the necessary support for industry. So many times we have started a lot of collaborations, and when the one who championed it leaves, everything goes back to square one. To make it sustainable, we need to really work on getting a proper institutional framework for it. So that, for me, is the first thing. Let us put in place the proper plan. Secondly, in Ghana and many other countries, especially of the British system, you retire from the university at 60. But that is when your brain is even best. So you'll say, oh, you are tired, go home and rest. But my predecessor, Prof. Mumadi, is here and he's active. And his brain is probably even much sharper now. But we say he should go and rest. And so he's resting. But we should retain the best and seasoned brains for research and various activities under the academia-industry collaboration. As for the issue about curriculum modification to improve innovation and entrepreneurship, is actually not under this discussion, but it's something that already we started with this course in the Engineer in Society to try to improve that component. So, can we do it? Yes. What are the strengths that we have? KNUST is among the best. That is undeniable. Of course, the tertiary institutions in Ghana in general are very good. Secondly, public universities in Ghana are fairly autonomous. So if we want to do something, we don't need to go and ask for permission from somebody and then he says, bring the thing. Once the university decides to do a collaboration, we are autonomous and we can do that. Also, our academia individuals, they have very good relationships with industry. I myself, at one time, was the president of the Ghana Institution of Engineering. So we have that linkage with industry. So those are our strengths. What are our weaknesses? Tertiary education, poor funding. In other words, our source of funding is from government. And that one I will leave to the provost to worry about. And then the lack of system to really, technology transfer office, for example, or a system that is properly staffed to run such a collaboration. I'm also aware that we have very high student-teacher ratios. That is the indicator of how loaded you are with even doing the basic teaching. So would you have time to pursue collaboration? When you get to the other side, industry itself they have their issues, and they think that anything about research is a luxury. So they themselves are not very well structured. But we have some opportunities. Public support for industry-academia collaboration is very high. They will tell you that you need internship so that you can improve the quality of graduates that come out. So the public really supports that. Also, funding constraints that the universities face can force academia to pursue collaboration. But this same thing is a threat. That as a result of the funding constraints and the need to find money, you will be pushing academia to increase the intake. And that increased intake will then go and make even the student-teacher ratios even higher. But if you look on the balance of all that we have said, I think that things are quite favorable towards us working on industry-academia collaboration. I'm only to stimulate thinking along these lines, and I'd like you to remember that the nature of the industry-university collaboration depends on the level of economic development. Therefore, what works in one environment may not necessarily work in another environment. If you need to have it to be effective, the third component, government, also is required. So it's not quietly on the corner. If you can get government coming in, recognize the collaboration, it makes things far easier. And universities also need to understand that we cannot achieve relevance in our research without an effective industry collaboration. In other words, you cannot have research topics that are really relevant, that people really want to get your results. They are really ready to support you if your research is not relevant to the challenges that they face. And universities need to institutionalize university-industry collaboration in order to make them sustainable. So just as a takeaway, my next slide will just list two things. Remember that without active university-industry collaboration, university will be nibbling at the problem and industry will be throwing money at it, but the problem will not be solved. And without active university-industry collaboration, our research is going to be irrelevant to the challenges and the issues that face us every day. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor I.K. Ampadu, for that very insightful delivery. A round of applause for him one more time, ladies and gentlemen. Well, let's introduce ourselves a bit further. From UMatt, we have Professor J.R. Dankwa, Vice Dean for International Programs Office. Can we get a wave? And we also have an Associate Professor, Richard Amorin, Vice Dean, School of Petroleum Studies, also from UMatt with us. Well, let me have a continuation of KNUST. We have Professor K.O. Boateng, former Director, IDL, with us this morning. And we have Professor W.Y. Momade, Foundation Provost for the College of Engineering, with us as well. We have Professor K.A. Amening, Dean, Faculty of Civil and Geoengineering. Good morning. We have Professor F. Kumoso, Dean, Faculty of Mechanical and Chemical Engineering. Well, let's acknowledge some retired professors of the college. We have Professor Forson, who have joined us this morning. We have Professor Ajoato. Oh, I feel like I did something wrong. We have Professor Techi with us as well. And we have Professor Agbozo with us too. Thank you so much. We have Professor N.K. Che Bafo. He was also the former director for the School of Graduate Studies as well. Thank you very much for your time, sir. We have Professor Bobobi. Thank you so much for joining us. We have the College Finance Officer, Mr. Johnson Owusu, with us today. Okay, I think he stepped out. Professor Ebenezer Mensah, HOD for Chemical Engineering, Professor Nanayao Esiedu, with us also. The HOD for Mechanical Engineering, Professor P.Y. Ando. HOD, Geological Engineering, Professor Apia Ejay. Good morning, sir. And the HOD, Geomatic Engineering, Professor Kwe Bollard. Thank you so much. The Deputy Director for KEEP, Professor Kwejo Mensah Dakwa. HOD, Agric Engineering, Professor J.O. Akowa, with us also. Thank you so much. All right, let me introduce a few of our friends from New Mexico. I would like to apologize before I start mentioning the names. And you know where the apology is going to come from. I'm going to start with Navid Mochtabai. Did I get it correct? Thank you so much. I have Mustafa Hassanalian. Right, I think I'm off to a good start. I have Hamed Ramed. Thank you so much. I have Ronalda Totsi. I have Paul Freurier. Hello, Paul. I have Lalaine. Lalaine? Hello. And I have Robert. Is it Bouch or Bouch? Bouch. Okay, so then it's Lorraine Bouch and Robert Bouch. Thank you so much. And finally, this one I can fully manage. Vincent M. Ampedu, also from New Mexico Tech. Thank you. So I think he stepped out. I didn't have any problems with that one. So we are moving directly into our second speaker. And I didn't introduce him along the team because I was going to do a thorough introduction of him right now. He is the Dean for Engineering at the New Mexico Institute of Mining and Technology, overseeing 8 engineering programs as well as computer science and management. He received his BS from the University of Maine and PhD from the University of Minnesota, both in chemical engineering. He has carried out research in the areas of catalyst and reactor design for hydrogen production for 25 years. He is a licensed professional engineer in the state of New Mexico. He is also a program elevator at ABET, evaluating chemical engineering and similar programs. Before going to New Mexico Tech, he was a professor at McGill University in Montreal, Canada, and an engineer intern at Masonite Corporation. With a resounding and a loud Ghanaian Akwaba, please let's welcome our second keynote speaker for this morning, Professor Corey Leclerc. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for the kind introduction. This is my first visit to Ghana and Africa, and I really appreciate the hospitality and everybody coming here to see my talk and to see the talks of my colleagues from New Mexico Tech. And I'm anxious to see the talks of the researchers here from all the schools in Ghana. So I was asked to talk about the importance of international collaboration for higher education sustainability. And my first thought was that there is a boilerplate answer that every school could give. But I think New Mexico Tech has a unique answer. Or maybe not unique, but close to unique. And the nature of our school, we always think we're unique. So I want to talk about New Mexico Tech. I assume there would not be a lot of people from New Mexico Tech here in the audience, so it might be good to say a little bit. I apologize if it seems like a sales pitch, but hopefully at the end I can tie it together why collaborations like the ones we have in Ghana are so important to us. So we were started in 1889 with pretty much all of the state universities in the United States. We started before New Mexico was even a state. And we started as the School of Mines. So mining and metallurgy were our thing back then. And over the past 125 years, we've added a lot of programs. Our campus is only a half a square mile. And so I go back to this picture, you can see right above that pond, you can see our campus, and then you can see a parking lot. So you can walk across our academic buildings in about 5 or 10 minutes. Yeah, you can't do that here, I don't think. So it's a very small school physically. Research-wise, we're not so small. The number that was given to me, which I even have a hard time believing, was that we had $115 million in research expenditures in a year. So I don't even know how to compare that. That boggles my mind. The amount of money the state gives us to run our university is only $30 million. So we have that much more research compared to what our state gives us. And we only have 1,500 students, undergraduate and graduate, and 130 faculty, so we have about a 10-to-1 student to faculty ratio. I don't know what your student to faculty ratio is here. I think it's a little bit higher. Yeah. So we're a small school, but we have a lot of research going on. We have a lot of degree programs, which I'll list on the next slides. And if you think about the United States as states that are very compartmentalized, most of our students come from New Mexico. It's about 80% of our undergraduates. And then within the university, we're compartmentalized by departments as well. And again, that'll be an important point as we go through this presentation. The school also houses the Bureau of Geology for the state of New Mexico, the Petroleum Recovery Research Center. We have an explosives test center on campus. It's sort of off campus, but it's part of the overall campus. And we have several other research centers that bring in a lot of that $115 million. And they hire our students, whether undergrad or grad, to do research. So the degrees we offer are pretty much STEM only. We have the traditional science programs like earth science, chemistry, biology, physics, math. And then we have traditional engineering like chemical, electrical, civil, and mechanical. And some that are non-traditional to a lot of schools, but really traditional to us, like mining, petroleum, materials, and environmental engineering. So we're a small school, but we have 8 engineering programs. If you go to other universities in the United States, to have that many programs for such a small school is fairly uncommon. All of our programs offer master's degrees. Again, we're a small school, but all of our programs have master's degrees. We have master's degrees for professionals like the Master of Engineering Management and the Master of Engineering program, and then the professional master's programs, which can be done online. We have graduate certificates where students can take roughly half a master's and have a credential when they're done, because doing a master's degree is a large undertaking if you're a working professional. And then, like I said, every program has a Master of Science with the traditional thesis option. Many of our departments have an accelerated master's program where a student at New Mexico Tech can take courses towards their graduate degree while they're an undergraduate student. And that's very important, which I'll talk about some more at the end. And then we have PhD programs in pretty much every department, with civil and environmental being the exception. We also have biotechnology and cybersecurity at the graduate level as well. So again, small school, a lot of research, and a lot of research programs that students can come and partake in at New Mexico Tech. So for students who go to New Mexico Tech, we're known for having a lot of design and a lot of labs. And every engineering program has a freshman design course, but then almost all of them have a senior design level course. Many of them have junior design level courses where students get to do hands-on work. Sometimes they'll work in labs, but they may build something, they may do experiments. A lot of the engineering labs also start in the junior and senior year, where again, you get more opportunity for hands-on learning. And when you have a student to faculty ratio of 10-to-1, you're expected to put your hands on equipment. We don't want you to do hands-on by showing up and just watching people do the experiments. You are going to do the experiments, or the students that we have do the experiments. And again, we do a lot of research. As an example, so I'm from the chemical engineering department. In our junior design class, students work in the research labs of faculty. And sometimes that leads to bigger things later on. But again, with a small class, if you have 20 students in a class, you might get broken down into groups of 3 or 4. You are expected to put your hands on things. It's not just something we say, we expect you to do it. So this one is a little bit of bragging, but so our faculty do great research. This top line about the Career Award, this isn't just a research award, it's a prestigious research award given by the National Science Foundation. There are some rankings. Tech usually is ranked highly for Hispanic serving institutions and for the value. The bottom one, though, I think is important to understand New Mexico Tech. So the New York Times ranked us #1 if you ignore athletics and the party scene. So here's a screenshot, and you can see sort of on the bottom left, party scene and athletics has been put to 0. So we need to find students who don't want to party in, I guess, in the typical fashion of a U.S. university, whatever that may be, and don't care about Division I athletics. So they don't necessarily want to go see Ohio State play Alabama in a football game. So this was told to me right after I started by an alumnus that we're nerds. I don't know if that's a common word used in Ghana, but we're nerds. And you can see, if you look at the schools that are also ranked, I only know of one engineering program among those 11 schools, and that's Caltech, which is a pretty good school. So, you know, we get, our students get very good jobs after. They don't pay a lot for their education, and they get a very good education. All right, so a couple more, but I think these go to my point about understanding New Mexico Tech. There was a ranking of hidden gems across the United States, and so in each state there was a hidden gem, and New Mexico Tech was the hidden gem for New Mexico. And thank you. And I am a very cynical person, so what I took this to mean is that we don't advertise very well in our state or outside of our state. The things that our faculty do, you know, we're on TV a lot and somehow we're still a hidden gem. So this notion that people don't know who we are in our own state is a problem for us. And then one last final ranking, and this is the one I think I'm proudest of, or I think tech should be proudest of, is a ranking by the National Science Foundation, which shows basically the percentage of students who graduate from a school that go on to earn a PhD. And they rank the top 50, and you can see New Mexico Tech is ranked number 18. We're in the list. It goes Harvard, Stanford, Cornell, New Mexico Tech, Yale. So that's pretty good company to be with as a U.S. university. You'll notice that there are 3 in blue. So New Mexico Tech, Colorado School of Mines, and Cal Berkeley, those are the only public universities in this list of 50. When I got this slide a number of years ago, I made a second column for the cost of attendance at these schools. And I stopped at the top 25, but all of them were above $60,000 a year to attend. At New Mexico Tech, our cost to attend, as decided by U.S. News, was about $16,000 a year. So for 1 year of school at a school called Yale, which is just below us, you could have paid for all 4 years at New Mexico Tech. So again, just to understand that value, it's not we're 10% less. Our tuition is much less than these other universities, but you still get this great education. The other reason why I'm very proud of this, or I think tech should be proud of this, is I've done a number of college visits with my daughter lately, and every school says our undergraduate students do research. And we always said that. I've said that for the past 10 years as a department chair and a dean, and now this is how I can say we do impactful research. Our students go on to graduate studies and do really amazing research and get advanced degrees at a higher rate than a lot of universities. So that's sort of the end of my sales pitch. I apologize for that part, but the opportunities for collaboration that are going to help us be sustainable. Research is very important. We have the research centers, which I talked about, and the academic staff who are mostly active in research. So bringing in students is important to us. Of course, we have these exchanges. Let me just go to the next one. So one, I guess, sort of problem we face in New Mexico and in the United States is that the number of college-bound students is decreasing. And so I don't know how familiar you are with a map of all of the states, but if you look straight up from my finger, the blue one that's shaped like a square almost is New Mexico. And you can see our college-bound student population is decreasing between 5 and 10% in the 10 years going on right now. New Mexico Tech, like I said, has 80% of our students from New Mexico. So we are seeing a decrease in the number of students. We haven't advertised well. So international collaborations are very important to us to bring students to New Mexico Tech. I think that's almost a boilerplate answer any university could give in the United States, is that they want to bring students to New Mexico Tech. Now, one of the things that I kind of touched upon is that a lot of our faculty do research. A lot of our programs have accelerated master's programs, and those students are recruited in the junior and senior year. So if a student is already at New Mexico Tech as a junior or senior, and they can start doing research with a faculty member, then that will give them a leg up in terms of doing research. So having that collaboration and bringing more students, especially in the junior and senior year, is important. This year, I believe I will have funding either in the fall or the spring, just as an example, and all of the seniors that graduated last year from my department are already doing graduate studies or have a job. So we have a problem where we have too many positions, and not enough students to fill them. And so what we're doing in terms of international collaboration, when I started as dean, I found out that New Mexico Tech had about 50 MOUs, I think. It was some insane number. I focused on two, or I shouldn't say two, but two groups. One group is here with the schools in Ghana, and another one is with a school in Vietnam. So I feel like having 50 collaborations isn't going to be sustainable. It's not going to be something that will work. Having more personal relationships with fewer schools, even 2 schools will mean a lot to our university, is really what's important. And so if we can bring students to New Mexico Tech, and maybe they can stay on and do a master's and maybe a PhD, and we can help really give people power to our research efforts, then we can do even better research and grow even more as a university. So again, the sort of take-home message and the importance of collaboration for sustainability is that if we can build collaborations with students, or by having students come to New Mexico Tech, they can tell their friends who are back home, maybe they can come for graduate studies, and we can build a pool of researchers who can help do the research in our labs, along with the students from New Mexico and the United States, and just have a more complete research effort. All right, so the final slide, this is something I had to add to this. Usually we say small institution, big science. As the Dean of Engineering, I had to add engineering to it as well, but we're a small school. Again, 1,500 students total, but we do really big science and engineering. And international collaborations like the ones we have in Ghana are extremely important to us. Thank you.
Well, let's give Prof another round of applause. And I know for the next 2 days, we'll have a bit more information about the New Mexico Tech, because most of the rooms are going to be having discussions with some of our friends from New Mexico. So please partake in all of the sessions so you can have more information about New Mexico Tech. Oh, we have Professor Eric Foucault, Director for the School of Graduate Studies, here with us. Yes, sir. Good morning. Well, a few announcements before we have our breakout session. There will be a coffee break for 15 minutes after we leave here. So after the coffee break, we'll have our breakout sessions. We'll be having 2 rooms. There will be 1 room and then the next one. But please contact people at the registration desk. They will show you where you can be. And on our programs, we have the topics where each room would have. So please refer to our program. Room 1 would have sustainable energy, oil and gas, environment, water and sanitation. And room 2, material design and manufacturing, structure and geotech research, digitization. So please refer to our program to know where you can be after our coffee break. Provost, with your permission, we'll take our pictures and then we'll have the coffee break. Can I have all our provosts and deans who are here with us today, together with the provost for the College of Engineering, our keynote speakers? Can we have New Mexico Tech join us? UMAT, can you please join us for this photograph? We can do it here. We can have it right in front. If you have any UNE representatives. Can we have all past provosts and deans who are here with us to join us for this photograph? All past provosts and deans. Can we have the registrar join us? All past provosts and deans who are here with us, please join us for the photograph. All deans and provosts present, please join us. Can we have our guests from New Mexico join us as well? And our guests from UMatt as well. Yunair, yes. If we have Yunair, oh, Yunair is here. Oh, you didn't come early. Akwaba.
Good. Don't worry. No, we're good.
We can always write it. Yeah.
are now at a different version. So this is found that a lot of the contamination is actually arsenic, not not so much uranium and vanadium, but it's mostly arsenic in our area, which has a maximum contaminant limit of 10 parts per billion in the U.S. This is my husband here. He's helped me through a lot in terms of building and helping me out in research. Most of the things that we're doing is we're developing materials like these to find and remove metals of concern, and especially looking at copper, uranium, and so forth. I did a postdoc at Montana State, and I'm continuing this work at New Mexico Tech. We're looking at filters. This is a that's set up inside one of these remote well locations on the reservation. The point is to take that filter and convert it into something this small. The current version we're at. I'm looking for students to help complete this project. Taking and really mechanical engineering students, chemical engineering students is what I'm looking for. And really for someone to just take it to the next level. What we wanted to do is to be able to develop a filter that can be modified in the build. You could change it up. You can use the same filter at different locations using different types of composite materials. So the exchangeability was really important. My colleague, Dr. Yu, is going to actually talk more about this project. This is a different project that we're working on, also with the Navajo Nation, and it's the water purification project. It's a partnership between Navajo Technical University, which is another tribal college on my reservation, and we're looking at water purification technology. How are we addressing the water contamination issues in our communities? They use a hollow fiber membrane-based filtration desalinization process in this unit. We have, over the next 5 years, we're supposed to build 10 units to put into 10 different locations. This morning, when the keynote speaker was talking about water quality, this is probably would be an alternative and a different type of process, so we should definitely talk. But my colleague will talk more about that. We build within our project, we have a lot of investment in our community. We're interested in building workforce. We're also interested in recruiting students from the reservation to our college and our university, and for them to pursue graduate studies. These are my contacts for the N4WPP project, which is that water purification project. But most importantly, the one thing that I like about New Mexico Tech is being close to home, being able to do research and give back to my community, and really being a part of research that is cutting edge. Mainly for my own research, I'm interested in water challenges, water infrastructure problems, filtration systems, looking at other environmental topics like food sovereignty. I mean, this is mainly focused on engineering, but I'm an environmental scientist and I'm representing my department a wide variety of different types of projects that are being conducted in my department. And most importantly, I think we have 4 main focus areas in environmental science, which is
that
hydrology,
the larger reactor actually
geology,
keeps the heat in better.
We have a chemistry
So
option,
I
a
would almost
biology
expect it to be
option,
better than the smaller
and
reactor.
right now I'm
But anyway,
working
we found
on
it's just as good.
introducing a new
We did
option,
find
which is an
small changes in the
environmental health
hydrogen
option.
selectivity, and
So
you can see the
looking
scale
at
is much smaller.
epidemiology,
But usually that's a function of the
toxicology,
catalyst,
even risk
maybe
assessment,
temperature,
so
but
that might be something.
so again, this was a group of juniors in a one-semester class who did these experiments. One of them is still at Tech and well
talked about
trained
that
to,
this morning.
to keep
We
doing
have
this research if he
different,
decides to do
many
a
different
master's
types of
degree.
master's degree
All right,
programs.
so let me
PhD
shift gears a little
programs,
bit
as
and
well
talk about
as
dry
both
reforming.
a bachelor's
You'll
of
notice
science
that
and
the
a bachelor's
format
of
of
arts
the slides
our,
have changed.
Earth science
This was
program.
work done by
I'm
a
also
student
working on a
who,
bachelor's of
who
arts
graduated
program
from Tech
for the
in
environmental
May.
science
She
program.
did her
We
bachelor's
have
degree in chemical
continued
engineering here at
collaborations. My focus
KNUST-TEK in
is really
2022.
on trying to establish
And she
more
looked at dry
collaborations
reforming,
within our department so
where
that
you
we could
take
grow
methane
our
and react it with
environmental
carbon
science
dioxide,
program.
and you
But
make hydrogen and
also we
carbon
have a
monoxide
lot
again.
of
Now,
collaboration.
this reaction
within
is
campus.
very
So our
endothermic,
office
so
is
you have to
actually
put a lot
small,
of energy into it.
But we're very collaborative. We do a lot of
But it was
projects
a nice sort of
together,
change
and
of pace
we're
from what I
very
normally do.
collaborative
And then the side
manner.
reaction,
Most importantly,
something that
because
happens, but
I'm an
not so important for
indigenous
us.
woman, an indigenous
Okay, go to the next
professor,
slide.
I really
So,
want to work with tribal communities.
this student,
But
and then I had another
for,
graduate student start at the
students who are
same
coming
time.
from here, if
They
you have a
built
passion
this
to,
gas delivery
to
system,
address issues
the
and environmental
reactor,
problems
it's
from
in a
your
tube
own
furnace, and
communities,
then they did
I'm
all the
all for that.
calibration for
So
the
if you're
gas
interested in
chromatographs so we can
anything like
measure how
environmental
well their
science or
catalysts
science,
work.
come talk to me. My goal for our institution
And so the
is to
problem
build
we're
an
looking at in dry
indigenous research
reforming
center.
is the
I
deactivation
just
of the
wanted to
catalyst,
add that
which
because I was
doesn't
proud of that.
happen in the
And,
short contact time catalytic
moving
partial
forward,
oxidation
I
reactor.
just want to be able
One of
to
the main
really, like I
ways
said,
that this
grow our
catalyst will
environmental science
deactivate
program.
is
This is
carbon will
just
form
a
on the
snippet
catalyst.
of the things
And
that
so for
I
those
work
of you who
on,
aren't
but
familiar
I
with
wanted it to
catalysts,
be focused
there
on
is a
water,
support
so,
material which is here in gray. The white
and
is the catalyst
with that,
itself,
there's my
which
contact
is nickel in
information
our
if you
case.
have
And then the
want to
black
talk,
is the carbon that's building up.
and will take any
And so one of the
questions
things
that you
we look at
2
in
minutes.
my group is if we have a support material that can move oxygen around, can that oxygen remove the carbon from the catalyst and keep the reactor operating? And so one part of that is how does oxygen move in the support? What the student I had did was look at the acid and base characteristics, because it's not only the oxygen mobility and the support that matters, the acid and base characteristics of the support matter. And so she did a technique called CO2 temperature program desorption. And what happens in this is that carbon dioxide will adsorb on basic sites. So
In
has
terms
everybody
of like
taken
water
general
filtration,
chemistry?
so the
Okay, I'll take the
my
head nods.
dissertation work,
So
we
you know
worked on-
acids
I
and
worked
bases, well,
developing,
solids have acid and base
modifying
characteristics
the
as well.
surface of
And so she
silica
found
polyamine
that
composites.
there were
It's
very strong
hybrid
basic sites
polymer
on this
base.
WZ,
You add
which
different
stands for
types of
Winston
ligands
zeolite.
using different types of
And this is a
chemistries
zeolite
that
that's
could
mined in New
bind
Mexico
and
about
be selective
an
for
hour or
certain
two
types
south of
metal.
our school
What
and has
it's
never been
been
used for
used
catalysts.
for in the
Nobody
past
has ever done any
is
research on it.
in terms of industry.
So
it's
she found it
copper
had very
recovery.
strong basic
But
sites,
we
weak
modified that
basic
so that it
sites,
could
and she
remove,
compared it to
elements like uranium and
HCSM5,
arsenic,
which is
which
a
is big
standard
water
zeolite in
contaminant,
catalyst research,
in my home country.
and then alumina is a standard support for a lot of catalysts. So this was very promising. We expected this to be very good, and we expected it to give us insight into how important acid and base sites are compared to oxygen mobility. All right, so she also did another technique where ammonia is the probe. Ammonia will find acid sites, and she found that it's actually acidic as well. And one of the weird things about acid and base sites on solids is that they don't come together. You could have an acid site but not a base site, or
said
vice
that we
versa.
have to build these
And so
relationships. It's the same as working
these acid
within
sites
these
are often where
communities.
carbon will form.
We have to build these
So she
relationships
has,
in order for us
or she
to
found
come
strong
to a
acid
sort of
sites
understanding
and strong
of what
basic
their
sites.
needs are, but
So there should be a
also
lot
how
of
we can
carbon
assist
movement
in
or
addressing their
formation
needs.
and reaction
So I
in
think
this catalyst.
in terms of that
And this support has no oxygen
within
mobility whatsoever.
indigenous
So we're
cultures,
trying to
our
isolate
value
those phenomena.
systems
So when we look at
about
an
protecting
oxygen
the environment,
conducting support,
addressing
we can
environmental
make some
problems,
comparisons.
addressing issues related to lifestyle.
Right, so
Whereas
she made the catalyst, ran it in the
university
reactor,
like that I
and just
come
in
from,
short, this
they're
red
all about
line
extraction,
is,
extraction, extraction.
or all the
and
lines
I
are
want
showing
to
the
change
conversion
that.
of
And I
methane
think-
versus
I think
temperature.
there's space
And the Winston
for that to
zeolite, or
happen.
the
I always
target
thought
support,
that within
found a higher
the
conversion of
extraction
methane.
model, there's also
So
a
this is
model
very
of
promising.
doing it respectfully and in a manner in which
She also looked
all
at
parts
running the
are
reactor at low conversion, and when you do that, you can measure kinetics. And so we can know the rates of reaction, and we can compare catalysts sort of on an equal footing. And she found that the activation energy for the Winston zeolite was the lowest of the three. So that means it should be the easiest to react methane.
Yeah.
Now, we don't necessarily know whether it's making hydrogen or carbon, but it does the best job at reacting methane. Okay, so let me just kind of sum this up.
Yes.
So she finished
So
this up.
problem
She's
was, is
graduated.
what they
She's gotten a
wanted to
job.
do is they wanted
But we're
to
just about ready to publish what she's done,
reclaim water.
or submitted at least.
The argument
she's done a
was
lot
that
more
the
than
reclaimed
this. I've
water
shown
would
maybe the tip of the
impact the
iceberg on her work.
traditional medicinal
All right, so one
plants that are collected from that
Okay, so
mountain.
one
which
final
is
thing, sort of the future work. I showed this slide,
to
what
many
is
indigenous cultures
SCTCPO?
in and around,
Well, it's that reaction, but in reality what happens is
law-
there's a
that's what
complete
I mean is
combustion of
by being
methane
able to build
with
bridges,
oxygen,
doing research
but
in
because it's
respectful
limited, not all of the
one of the
methane
key
reacts.
components of indigenous
So that's
research
why
is
this front face is
methodologies.
glowing, is because the exotherm is pretty high for that reaction. And then the rest of the way in the catalyst,
Yeah.
you see steam reforming and dry reforming. And so previously we've looked at kinetics for steam reforming as well. And now what
Yes.
we can do, if we could take our results on a powder where we could measure kinetics and turn that into this type of catalyst, we may be able to cross an important gap. And that gap is that this catalyst is supported on a
Yes,
ceramic
so
sponge.
those are some studies that are
So
being
just imagine a
conducted
sponge
by
that's
not
ceramic,
only
so you
our
can't-
our
it doesn't
university,
deform,
myself, but also
but
other
the gases move through
institutions.
it quickly.
We're looking
So
at
if we could turn those powders into
plants
structured
that we
supports,
grow and
we
how
could do some really interesting
uranium is
things
being uptaken
using the
to
kinetics
the
from a
roots.
powder
What we've
here.
been finding,
The
at least
problem
the
is these
preliminary
sponges
studies,
are only
is that
available in about
they're
10
not
different,
migrating
materials.
beyond
You can get
into
alumina,
like
silica,
corn, for example,
zirconia,
is a sacred
but there are a
first
lot that
foods
aren't
for
available.
our tribe.
So a couple of
It-
years
it
ago, I met a
goes-
company
it
in
gets taken
Albuquerque,
up
which
into
is
the
just
roots,
north
but
of our
not
school,
into the
that
shoots
3D
or
prints
not
ceramics.
into the
And I asked them
the
to
actual
3D
kernel
print
part.
one of our catalysts.
So, but there are concerns for impact
And so they
on
3D
livestock.
printed,
So
or they
for
3D printed
we have
alumina, which
sheep,
looks like that.
and
But I gave them
that's
some
one of
cerium
our
oxide
like
to use as a
main
support.
food sources. And so when they're eating on the
And we found
vegetation,
that,
we're seeing
if you look
bioaccumulation
at
happening
The black square
in,
versus the hollow
in the
square.
bone.
The black
And
squares tend to
so,
be higher, and they're statistically
but not
significant
necessarily the meat,
compared
but
to
mostly in
the
the
hollow
bone.
squares.
So there
So
are
now,
studies
any
that are
material we want to
ongoing
use as a
investigating
support
that. But we
for
are
our short
finding
contact time
bioaccumulation
reactor,
in livestock.
we can send it to this company, and they'll 3D print it, and then we can test it out on something closer to a production scale. All right, so I think I've got like 30 seconds. One of the things I wanted to talk about quickly, because I saw our next talk, so I'm hoping I have funding for a project coming up where we're going to look at making hydrogen and carbon monoxide and use that to pyrolyze biomass in plastics. And we've done some work. We made something which we know doesn't have a lot of oxygen in the liquid part that could be used as a fuel. All right, I think I'll stop there. So Janet was the student from KNUST. Swan is a student from Vietnam, and they work together. I joke that they were twins, even though Swan is Vietnamese and Janet is from Ghana. But they work together so well, and they were always together. I think they had a lot of fun working together. All right. Sorry. Okay.
It's tomorrow.
Any questions? If
I
there's
thought that should leave the movies out, I guess.
What's that?
Make it easier for you.
Okay, sounds good. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Professor de Klerk. The question time will be at the end of all the presentations so that we can wrap up more quickly. The next on the bill is production of hydrogen gas from rice and plastic waste via hydrothermal coal gasification. Dr. Patrick Wachi.
I don't know, the Ghanaian. Hello?
Hello, hello.
Okay, we have 3 more to go. We have Mr. Anson, followed by Mr. Hassan, and then finally, Dr. Yu. Dr. Yu, we understand, will be presenting online. So, Mr. Anson, you have 10 minutes, please. Please, can we settle down and keep quiet, please?
Good afternoon. I'm George Anson.
Please, quickly settle down. Please, let's settle down and continue the presentation. We can have the interactions after we finished, please. Please.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm George Anson, a chief technician at the Mechanical Engineering Department, KNUST. And I'm here to present a paper on mechanical and physical properties of KNUST bast fiber in Ghana. This is my outline for the presentation. And realize that glass fiber has been used for many years in reinforcement in polymer composites. But the challenge is that it has many disadvantages in terms of the environment and then high manufacturing energy consumption. And so attention is now being turned on natural fibers, which has a lot of advantages in terms of the environment and then low carbon footprints, better waste management, and their reasonable mechanical robustness. And canal fiber is a natural fiber which is used in textiles, production of ropes, twines, bags, and building materials, and they're composite in electrical appliances and other materials. And different researchers have come out with different values in terms of their mechanical properties. But the point is that depending on where the plant was cultivated or the method of extraction and the way it was stored, different values have been turned out. And due to Ghana's favorable ecological system, several varieties of this plant have been identified. And this research is aimed at identifying the potential varieties of the plant in Ghana. And then looking at literature, there's not much data on the properties that have been registered in this country. And this is a picture of the plant. It belongs to the okra family. And it grows widely in most parts of the country. So 5 varieties were selected from a research field which was raised by KNUST. And looking at the yield, you can see that the genotypes HN11 and TN11 are identified to have a high yield of 800 to 1,570 kilograms per hectare, while the PN11, EN11, EB31, and the others also have a yield of about 30 to 33 tons per hectare. You see the picture there after harvesting. The bark was peeled from the stem. Was peeled from the stem, and then it was put into bundles and water rated for 14 days, after which it was washed under running water and sun dried. So you see the picture of the fiber there. Now we come to the physical properties of this fiber. And with the density, the principle behind it was Archimedes' principle. So it was weighed and then immersed in water, and then the volume was found. And with this formula, the density was found. Then we come to the diameter. The diameter too, a gauge length of 20 millimeters was used, and the diameter was measured using the micrometer screw gauge, digital one, to find the average diameter of the variety. So when it came to the tensile testing, as I was saying, a gauge length of 20 millimeters was maintained, and the fiber, one strand, a single strand, was glued to a cardboard and then made to dry. And then the test was performed under a tensile testing machine, which we call TEK stress. And these are the results. For the density, the densities of the various, the 5 varieties, the 5 varieties give a range between 0.5 grams per cm cube and 1 cm cube. So you could see the graph there with the various densities. When we come to the diameter, it also ranged between 34.2 and 43.2 micrometers. So these are the values that were obtained. Tensile strength. It also ranged between 734.53 megapascal to about 1,400 megapascal. And then the percentage elongation. The elongation we obtained between 10.88% to 15.81 on the average. This wasn't part of it, so I'm sorry. So we come to the results and discussion. And this is the table for the various diameters and tensile strength. I try to compare my values with what others have come out with. And you could see that apart from the elongation that we had a higher value, the values fall within what others have done, telling us that the fiber that we have in Ghana matches with what other people have also done. And so the conclusion is that it is very important to know the properties of materials when it comes to selection, especially in applications in engineering and science. And with this knowledge in the tensile strength and percentage elongation, I believe that we can cultivate the plant in Ghana and then use it for the various uses that have been mentioned. The recommendation is that the mechanical and physical properties of the other bast fibers could also be considered in a study. We just selected 5. So there are other varieties. You can also look at them and see how it will also go. And let me acknowledge my supervisor here, Dr. Y.A.K. Fiagwe. He helped me to finish this work, in addition to 2 others. And this work was published in 2023, that is last year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Anson, for your interesting paper. Any questions, please?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Anson, for the presentation. You didn't mention that I'm Arnold Dumenya. You didn't mention that as you compare your results with others, there was a difference in the elongation.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
So I would like to find out what are the factors that accounted for the difference in terms of you comparing the elongation with others.
Factors. I follow the same procedure,
Yeah.
but we realize that maybe what we have here has a property that is more, what should I say? Maybe it means that the properties we have here are better than what the other people are also having at other places. And that is what has accounted for the difference. We're comparing the properties. And this particular one, the elongation is different, far different from the others. It means that what we have in Ghana here has a better property than what others have done elsewhere, or the ones that others have cultivated in other parts of the world. I don't know whether I've been able to answer you.
Yeah, any other?
Yes, please. Yes. Yes. Yes, I think I presented some table here where you could see that others have done, and these are what they got. But mine is a bit higher than what they have done. So they don't have a particular one because each researcher comes up with a different value. We don't have a particular value for the, yes. The reference, and as I'm saying, because we don't have a specific value for, because many researchers have come, but they are all giving different values. So we don't know which one we can fall on as a standard. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Sosi.
Yes. Applications. I mentioned that, I mentioned the users. Let me go back in. Just a minute. I'm saying that they are used for the production of ropes, twines, bags, door mats, automobile, upholstery, building materials, composites, and electrical appliances, fishing nets, as well as bargain for the cocoa industry, especially in Ghana. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, anyone else? All right, so we thank Mr. Ansong for the interesting paper. Well, I think all his figures are higher than everything else, all the others, in the table you showed, actually.
Yes.
Okay, so.
Apart from the densities, the rest, ours are higher than.
Very well. Okay, is Mr. Al-Hassan here? Yes, Mr. Hassan. I understand Dr. Yu is to present online, so I believe that he's already set up to do that after this. All right, you have 10 minutes, please.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Mr. Ibrahim Abu Al-Hassan, a student of M4 Mechanical Engineering, KNUST. And I'm here to present on the topic the potential of using borehole water for space cooling in Ghana here. Now, residential buildings in Ghana here consumes almost half of the energy, almost half of the electricity generated in Ghana here. And a large, residential buildings in Ghana here consumes almost half of the electricity generated in the country. And a large portion of this electricity is used mainly for cooling purposes such as refrigeration and air conditioning. The most common air conditioning system used in Ghana here is a split type air-cooled air conditioning system. Now what this is, it is usually made up of two units, the indoor units and the outdoor unit. The indoor unit is made up of the evaporator and the expansion valve, which picks up heat from the room. And then the outdoor unit is made up of the condenser and the compressor in one casing. And the condenser is mainly used to reject heat to the environment. Now the problem with this conventional air conditioners is that the efficiency of these air conditioners are lower under high outdoor temperatures. So what it means is that under high outdoor temperatures, they tend to consume more energy. And for hot climate regions like Ghana, where temperatures can soar up to about 41 degrees and even above, these air conditioners are bound to consume large amounts of energy. Now, research shows that air conditioners that uses water as heat sink tends to perform better than those that uses air as heat sink. The conventional air conditioners uses air as heat sink to reject heat to the environment. But for a water-cooled air conditioning system, the heat sink is water. It uses water to reject heat. And so when water is used as a heat sink, they tend to have higher efficiency compared to the air-cooled air conditioners. And these are some research findings that backs up the fact that water-cooled air conditioners tends to perform better than the air-cooled air conditioners. So it can be said that in the first literature review, about 32% energy can be saved when water-cooled air conditioners are used over the air-cooled air conditioners. Now, when you take a look at the residential buildings in Ghana here, most of them uses what we call the borehole water system. What it does is that it draws water from underground, from a dark borehole, and empties into a poly tank. and then it is later distributed to the homes for domestic purposes like drinking and lavatories. So, at our right-hand side of this image is a typical picture from it's a typical picture of a borehole water system in Ghana. And on our left-hand side is a schematic diagram that describes how the connections are made in their homes. So it can be seen that a pump pumps the water from the borehole. It is stored into a storage tank and then distributed to the home for domestic purposes like drinking and the lavatories. Now, some untapped potential of this borehole water system is that the groundwater generally maintains a constant temperature throughout the entire year, ranging between 21 degrees to 30 degrees, depending on the location and the depth of the borehole. Now, what this means is that for a constant temperature like the groundwater, it means that it has the potential to be used as a heat sink for space cooling in Ghana here. Once the temperature is constant, it means heat can be continuously rejected to it, and so it can be used for space cooling instead of using air, which consumes large amounts of energy. So the objectives of this study is to develop a numerical model for the borehole water cooling system, and then use this numerical model to evaluate the performance characteristics of the borehole water cooling system. And finally, we compare the annual energy consumption and CO2 emissions of the borehole water cooling system to the conventional air-cooled air conditioning systems. So this here is a schematic diagram describing how the borehole water cooling system looks and that of the conventional air conditioning system. So to our right-hand side is the schematic diagram of the the air-cooled air conditioning systems. It is made up of the evaporator, the compressor, expansion valve, and the air-cooled condenser. The evaporator picks up heat from the indoor side, and then the condenser rejects the heat to the outdoor side. And this condenser is usually an air-cooled condenser, so it uses the outdoor air to reject the heat. When you take a look at the borehole water cooling system, it is made up of a borehole, a dark borehole, a pump, a water-cooled condenser, the polytank, and then the same components as the conventional air conditioners, except for the water-cooled condenser. So in this case, the water is pumped from the borehole into the water-cooled condenser. In this water-cooled condenser, the heat is picked up from the refrigerant, and then the refrigerant becomes a subcooled liquid and re-enters the evaporator to repeat the cycle again. And then the water from the water-cooled condenser becomes heated, and it is stored into the polytank for later use. So to develop the numerical model, the component-based modeling approach was adopted. Each component of the borehole water system, that is a compressor, condenser, expansion valve, and the evaporator, were modeled separately and then combined for the overall system simulation. So for the compressor, the compression process was modeled as a polytropic process, so the polytropic equation was used. And for the condenser, it was divided into 3 sections: the subcooled region, the two-phase region, and the desuperheating region. The heat transfer for each of these regions were calculated and combined to form the total heat transfer in the condenser. The evaporator was also divided into 2 sections, the two-phase region and then the superheated region. Heat transfer was calculated for both of them and combined to get the total heat transfer in the evaporator. And the mass flow rate in the expansion valve was also calculated. And for the overall system simulation, for the simulation to start, the inputs are entered, that is operating conditions, the compressor physical properties, the condenser geometry, and the expansion valve. Once these inputs are set, then the simulation will start with the compressor calculations, followed by the condenser calculation, and then the expansion valve. So in the expansion valve, the mass flow rate is calculated, and then it is compared to the mass flow rate from the compressor. If the difference between the mass flow rate from the expansion valve and the condenser is less than a convergence criteria, a certain value, then the simulation continues with the evaporator calculations, the COP, and it ends there. But if the convergence criteria is not met, then the pressure ratio is quickly adjusted until the convergence criteria is met. Then the simulation continues to the end. The seasonal performance for the borehole water cooling system was evaluated using the bin method. The seasonal energy efficiency was calculated by dividing the total cooling capacity by the total energy consumed for the entire cooling season. And then the annual energy consumption was calculated by multiplying the energy consumed by the primary energy factors. And the annual CO2 emissions was calculated by multiplying the total energy consumed by the CO2 emission factors. Now, in order to make sure that this model equation worked properly, it was validated against experimental data. So the numerical model was used to evaluate the performance characteristics of the borehole water cooling system and that of the air-cooled system. And then it is compared to experimental data, and it can be seen that for the cooling capacity and the compressor, they all follow the same trend as that of the experimental data with a percentage error of about 7.2%. And for the COP, a percentage error of about 8.73 was recorded. The same procedure was used to validate the air-cooled air conditioning system. And for this system, the cooling capacity had a percentage error of about a maximum percentage error of about 3.14, and the compressor had about 2.93, and the COP was around 1.24%. However, they all follow the same trend. So once the numerical equation is established, it was used to evaluate the performance characteristics under varying outdoor temperature. So for the borehole water cooling system, it was observed that under changing outdoor temperature, the performance of the borehole water cooling system, which is the cooling capacity, compressor, and the COP all remain constant, which means it did not depend on the outdoor temperature. However, when the temperature of the borehole water was varied, when borehole water was increased, the cooling capacity appeared to be decreasing. Then the compressor power input was increasing, and then the COP was decreasing. This indicates that the performance of the borehole water cooling system depended largely on the temperature of the borehole. So when you implement this system, the outdoor temperature does not affect its performance. It is only the temperature of the borehole that affects its performance. So the same thing was done for the conventional air conditioning system under varying outdoor temperature, and it could see that the cooling capacity was decreasing with increasing outdoor temperature. The compressor power consumption was increasing with increasing power consumption, and the performance, the COP, was decreasing under increasing outdoor temperatures. And when these performance characteristics were compared, it could be seen that the borehole water cooling system had higher efficiency compared to the air-cooled air conditioning system. It had higher and constant cooling capacity, lower and constant compressor power input, and then higher and constant COP compared to the air-cooled air conditioning system. So it completely outperformed the conventional air conditioning systems. And when the annual performances was compared, it was observed that the air-cooled air conditioning system consumed about 16,988 kilowatt hours of energy annually. And then the borehole water cooling system consumed about 13,000 kilowatt hours of energy annually. This resulted in 21% energy savings if the borehole water cooling system is implemented. And the seasonal energy efficiency was observed to be 4.6 for the borehole water cooling system and 3.6 for the conventional air conditioners. Then the annual CO2 emissions for the air-cooled air conditioners was about 3,000 kilograms, and that of the borehole water cooling system was about 2,498 kilograms, resulting in a 668 kilogram CO2 reductions if the borehole water system is implemented. So the conclusions drawn from this work is that a numerical model was developed for the borehole water cooling system to evaluate its performance, and it was validated against the experimental data, and the errors exhibited was between 7.2 to 7, which is considered acceptable. Then for the borehole water cooling system, it demonstrated superior performance with higher cooling capacity, lower power consumption, and higher COP compared to the conventional air conditioning systems. The borehole water cooling system also demonstrated higher SECR, that is the seasonal energy efficiency ratio, with an annual energy savings of 21% and a reduction in CO2 emissions by 668 kilograms compared to the conventional air conditioners. So the recommendation, the recommendations is that an experimental approach should be adapted to reassess the performance of this borehole water cooling system and that of the air-cooled systems. And then the annual energy consumptions can be simulated using the Energy Plus software to reassess the annual energy performances of these two systems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hassan, for your interesting presentation. Any questions, please? Yeah. Dr. Fiagwe.
The borehole water. The fan. Okay. Yes, the borehole does not use an air-cooled condenser. It uses a water-cooled, so it doesn't need a fan. Yes, it needs a water-cooled condenser. Yes, the temperature of the water remains constant. So it's able to pick the heat without actually changing the temperature of the borehole water. But in case of the conventional air system, it uses the outdoor temperature. So when outdoor temperature increases, the temperature difference between the outdoor and then the outdoor air and then the temperature of the refrigerant becomes very narrow. So heat transfer becomes lower. That reduces the efficiency.
Yeah. Just teach.
Yes. Yes. That was a validation of the numerical model. It is a model, so to be sure that it is working, you need to compare it to experimental data to make sure it follows the same. It was from literature. No experiment was done. Wow. That will be on my laptop. Okay. Actually, their names was there. I think on the graph. Can you please show the graph? Can you show my screen? So in the graph, there are two lines, the blue and the red one. The red one is for Patel et al. 2011. And then the blue one is for the predicted results from the model equation. So that is Patel et al. 2011. Yes, that's the red one. That's the experimental data. And this is for the borehole water cooling system. Then for the air-cooled system, it was Judy et al. 2014. Okay. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, any other? Yes. Madam, your name, please. Tracy. Okay. Speaker.
Looking at this diagram, the borehole water system is an open loop system for now. It is made up of two loops. The first part is a closed loop, then the water system itself is an open loop. It's an open loop. The water ends into the poly tank there after it is used to cool the refrigerant. But it can also be used, it can also be a closed loop. If the air conditioner is still working and then there is excess water, it can be redirected back into the borehole to form a closed loop. temperature difference will be very minimal. It's just like dropping a 100 degrees Celsius metallic ball into the sea. It is a heat reservoir. You need large amounts of energy to change the temperature. So the temperature change is very less.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon. Please, I wanted to find out, in your model, you see, you replace the fan with a pump. If you look
The
at the
fan?
Yes, in the outdoor unit of the air-cooled air compressor.
Okay.
I wanted to know, did your model account for the difference in the energy consumption of the pump from the borehole?
No. The model, the energy consumption
of the pump
from the
borehole.
Right now, this research is limited to just the performance of the vapor compression cycle. It did not consider the pump.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other?
Hello.
Yeah, okay.
The lady asked the question about the water being recycled back into the borehole, right? Have you accounted for the long-term effect if you are recycling the water back to back? Have you accounted for the long-term effects?
Yes, I can't tell you this offhand, but I've seen that in literature that the effects of this temperature is very minimal. Okay, when the water is recycled back, in fact, when the water passes through the water condenser and it comes out, the temperature difference is very small. It can just be within 3 to 4 degrees Celsius because of the high heat capacity of water. You need high amounts of energy to change its temperature. So the temperature difference, the temperature change of the water after coming out from the water-cooled condenser is very small. And when it is recycled back into the borehole water system, it poses minimal or very negligible temperature difference. I don't know if you get it.
So there are no long-term effects, no long-term effects?
Actually, there's a long-term effect, but it takes very long. It takes very long.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Hassan. But coming back to this person's question, I think the net energy requirement may probably because of the use of the pump. You know, if you haven't accounted for that, it may well be that you are using more energy.
Yes, yes. That is why, to be able to account for this pump, when you use the Energy Plus software, it will be able to account for even the fan of the air-cooled air conditioner. You realize that in my model simulation, for the conventional air conditioner, I didn't even account for the energy consumed by the fan of the condenser. Okay? I only considered the heat transfer within the condenser. It was only the heat transfer I considered. However, subsequent work can be done, including the energy consumed by the fans and the pumps.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Hassan. Is Dr. Yu online to make the presentation? Dr. Yu is online. Okay. Can you share the screen, please? We can hear you, but we haven't seen the screen, your slides. Very well. Now we can see you.
Okay, do you see the slide?
Not yet. We still cannot see it. I'm not sure what is. Yeah, now we can see the screen, please. Dr. Yu, can you proceed?
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. So, thanks for this opportunity to share my research at Mexico Tech. So the presentation I'm going to make today is engineering treatment for development for high salinity brine desalination, very elementary desalination process. So most of my research focus on water treatment and water purification. So right now, actually, water shortage and security is a global challenge. So New Mexico Tech is located at New Mexico. So New Mexico is an area state. So we have 1.1 million people affected by the long period of drought and the existence of precipitation. And right now, 87% of our water supply comes from groundwater. And right now, rapidly requires exploration of new sustainable water resources in the state. At the same time, New Mexico State is the landlord's three largest state for oil and gas production. So when the oil and gas are produced from the soil, so there are a lot of produced water associated with the oil and gas production. So for example, just in 2021, so there are 60 billion gallons of produced water was generated in New Mexico. So that is over 160 billion gallons a day, which is equal to the total daily municipal water consumption in New Mexico. And 90% of this produced water is being injected underground for disposal. So that means we just get rid of this water. Yeah. And the cost of the produced water disposal is very expensive, depending on the location of the oil production well. So it can be more than $4.5 for each barrel. So the cost of water management can make some profitable operations uneconomic, especially for some small producers. So in one aspect, we face a big water shortage, and in another aspect, so we produce a lot of water with oil, and we have to get rid of this water. So my research is focused on how to effectively reuse this produced water as a sustainable water resource to address the water shortage issues in New Mexico. But the produced water desalination and water produced water treatment is very challenging. So for example, in most of the produced water, there are a lot of soil. So the salinity of the produced water is as high as more than 100 milligrams per liter. And it contains a lot of the water elements and organics. Most of the water desalination process suggests a focus on seawater or gravity well. And right now, there's no commercially available approach to choose a high salinity produced water. So my research interest is to develop some affordable and scalable process manipulation desalination technologies to convert produced water as a sustainable water resource. So based on the design and the fabrication of the support program, so we can do the organic removal from produced water by using some pressure management process such as ultrafiltration, microfiltration, and absorption, or recovery process. We also use this membrane for desalination. Yeah. And the reason we use the holographic membrane because compared to the traditional plastic membrane, the holographic membranes have a lot of advantages. So for example, so it has much higher productivity per unit volume. So that means so the type footprint of this membrane is much smaller than the plastic membrane. Membrane is self-supporting. Yeah. Okay, so because the produced water has a super high salinity, so most of the conventional pressure-driven process does not work. So what we did is we are based on a thermal-driven direct contact membrane desalination process. So the picture on the slide shows how the direct contact membrane desalination works. So here is the membrane. Yeah. So the membrane is a porous medium. Actually, this is hydrophobic. So what we do is, so we have produced water with a certain temperature. So we call this produced water as a hot brine. And at the other side of the membrane, so we have cold water. So basically, we use 20 degrees Celsius river water or lake water, because there is a temperature differential across this membrane. What happened is the vapor pressure on the hot side can induce the evaporation of the vapor from the hot side, and the vapor can transfer through the hot side to the cold side. And by using this process, so we can extract high purity clean water from the hot side. So in this process, as you can see, there are a lot of parameters affecting the membrane distillation performance. So for example, so when we do the membrane distillation, we are expecting a higher contact area, yeah. Because when we have a higher contact area, so we can have a higher water production rate. And also, so the membrane thickness is also very important, yeah. Because theoretically, if we use thin membranes, so actually we can facilitate the vapor transfer from the hot side to the cold side. But the thickness of the membrane actually is very tricky, yeah. Because as I just mentioned, this process is thermal driven. So the delta T across this membrane resulted in the water transfer from the hot side to the cold side. So not just the vapor transfer, so that means not just the mass transfer in this process, there is also a heat transfer, yeah. So the heat is also transferred from the hot side to the cold side, yeah. So if we want this process to be ideal for water treatment or for water desalination, so we want to maximize the transfer of the vapor from the hot side to the cold side and minimize the heat transfer from the hot side to the cold side, because we want to maintain a constant temperature difference across this membrane. Yeah. So from the equations listed on the right, we can see the mass transfer of the vapor actually is affected by the membrane thickness. So if we reduce the membrane thickness, we can increase the mass transfer in this process. But if we look at the heat transfer, so if we just reduce the membrane thickness, so basically the conductive heat, so which is the heat loss during this process, is also increased. So that means there is a trade-off between the mass transfer and heat transfer if we just play with the thickness of the membrane. So what we did in PWRC of New Mexico Tech is we developed actually a Janus hollow fiber membrane-based DCMD desalination process. Yeah. So this picture shows the structure of the Janus hollow fiber membranes. So when we talk about Janus, so that means we use one membrane, but this membrane actually has two sides. Yeah. So each side of this membrane has exactly different properties. So for example, so this membrane, so we have a super hydrophilic inner layer, and we have a hydrophobic outer layer. So when we do the water desalination, so what happened is, so the produced water, high salinity produced water, flows through the hydrophobic side of this membrane, and the clean water flows through the hydrophilic side of this membrane. And what you can see is the transfer distance for the vapor from the hot side to the cold side can be reduced by increase the thickness of the hydrophilic layer. At the same time, because we have a thick hydrophilic layer on the membrane, so the heat transfer resistance is still big enough to avoid the heat loss through the conduction. Yeah. The picture on the right shows the structure of this membrane as well. So as you can see, so we have a highly porous and very thick hydrophobic layer, and also a very thin hydrophobic layer. Yeah. By using this kind of structure, so we can achieve simultaneously increasement of the water flux and the energy efficiency. So this slide shows how we fabricate this kind of Janus hollow fiber membrane. Yeah. So we have three piston pump, and what we do is we put two different polymer dope solution with a specific formulation and the bore fluid in these three pump, and we just extrude the polymer dope solution and the bore fluid through this spinneret. Yeah, and we can connect this hollow fibers. Yeah. So this one shows the morphology of the hollow fiber. The diameter of this hollow fiber is about 1 millimeter. Yeah, and as you can see, this one, so it has a hollow structure. Yeah. So when we do the water desalination, so water flows through the both sides of this membrane. Yeah. And the table below shows the properties of this membrane. So the porosity is 80%, and the mean pore size 0.25 micrometer, and the liquid entry pressure is about 2 bar. So this is the cross-sectional morphology of the membrane as well. Yeah. As you can see, so it has two different layers. The outer layer is very thin, yeah, it's very thin. And the inner layer is very thick. And if you look at the cross section, so it's very porous, yeah, and all the pores are interconnected. So this kind of porous membrane structure can make sure the water vapor can easily pass through the membrane, yeah. And this one shows the morphology on the outer surface and the inner surface of the membrane. Yeah, I just mentioned, so this membrane is a Janus structure. So if you look at the outer surface and the inner surface, so the pore size are very different, and also the structure is very different. So we use the water contact angle to measure the wettability of this membrane, and you can see the outer surface actually is hydrophobic, and for the inner surface is very hydrophilic. So actually this membrane is exactly the structure we designed for the membrane distillation. And we also use these membranes to make some membrane module. Yeah, so this is the bench scale membrane module we made to evaluate the desalination performance of the membrane. Yeah, so basically, so we put a couple of hollow fibers together, and we put all these hollow fibers through a housing material. We use epoxy to seal the both sides of this module. And when we do the membrane distillation, so what we do is the produced water is circulated through the shell side of these hollow fiber membranes, and the clean water circulated through the inside of these hollow fibers. Yeah, and we can monitor the conductivity and the mass of the permeant water side to monitor the water flux and also the salt rejection. So here's the result. Yeah, so the result on the left shows the difference between the membranes we made in the lab and the conventional membranes from the market there. As you can see, so by using the Janus structure of the membrane, so we can significantly increase the water flux. Yeah, we almost double the water flux for the desalination of the produced water. And at the same time, if you look at the energy efficiency, so we increase the water flux at the same time, we increase the energy efficiency. The results on the right shows the desalination performance. So when we desalinate the brine with different salinity, as you can see, so here the green line shows the water flux of a typical conventional reverse osmosis system, and this bars shows the flux of our process. As you can see, our process shows a much higher water flux compared to the reverse osmosis. Again, because this is a thermal driven, so all this process shows a more than 99.9% salt rejection. Yeah, and when we develop a membrane in the lab, so we also want to see the long-term stability of the membrane. So what we did is we used the seawater, the total dissolved solid, 35,000 milligram per liter. We use this one as a feed solution, and we evaluate the desalination performance. So the y-axis on the left shows the water flux, and on the right shows the conductivity. As you can see, so when we run the desalination process for continuously 200 hours, so the water flux is very stable. Yeah, so the water flux is about 35 kilogram per square meter per hour. And at the same time, so if you look at the quality of the clean water we recovered from the seawater, so it shows a very high purity. Yeah, just for your reference, so for typical drinking water, so the electrical conductivity is about 50 to 500 micron Siemens per centimeter. But the product water we received from the seawater, you see, is less than 5. So this is very clean water. This is for the seawater desalination. We also evaluated the performance by using the real produced water from the oil field. So this, so this picture shows the original produced water we sampled from the Permian Basin located in the southeast of New Mexico. And this one shows the produced water. So after the pretreatment, so actually we remove all the suspended solid and oil from the original water. And we put this water to the membrane. And after we do the desalination, so here is the clean water we recovered from the produced water. So if you look at the flux, so basically the flux is very stable. It's about 18 kilogram per square meter per hour. And also if you look at the rejection, yeah, so we achieve almost 100% of the rejection. And yeah, and especially, so when we run the experiment, actually we see the, we see the rejection is even more than 100%. So that means the water we produced from the produced water is much cleaner compared to the original water we used as a feed solution. So based on the results in the lab, so we also do a taxonomic analysis, and we assume to build a plant with the water treatment capacity of 500,000 gallons per day. And we are trying to recover clean water from 100,000 milligram per liter of produced water. And we are trying to get a 50% of the recovery ratio and receive the clean water with a total dissolved solid of less than 500 milligram per liter. And this is the result here. So we compare two different scenarios. So first scenario is if we heat the produced water using steam or using electricity. So another scenario is if we use the waste heat in the in the process. For example, if there is a geothermal heat or if there are waste natural gas on the site. Yeah, and if we use the waste natural gas to generate the heat, and after we do the economic analysis, we see for the base case, so it costs about 87 cents to treat each single barrel of produced water. And if we can integrate some waste heat in this process, so we can reduce the cost, to just 10 cents for each barrel for the reuse. Yeah. Please load. Yeah, we just mentioned. So the disposal cost actually is about $2.5 to $4.5 per each barrel. Yeah. So this process actually shows a high potential used for the produced water treatment. And based on the lab result, we also do some scale up work. Yeah. So we are trying to validate or demonstrate this process in a real environment on a well site. Yeah. So this is the first pilot unit actually we developed in the lab. So this project actually is sponsored by the Department of Energy in 2016, and we put this unit actually in the in one oil production site located on the Permian Basin of New Mexico. So this is the filtration unit based on the hollow fiber membrane we built in the lab, and this is a heat treater. Yeah. So what we did is actually we connected our desalination unit directly with the heat treater, and from this process, so actually we can receive high clean water. Yeah, high clean water from the produced water, and we also. Yes, yeah. So this is another process we demonstrated. Yeah, this is the most recent commercially process we developed with a local company. Yeah, and most recently we are working with a local tribe to fabricate these two process to treat the heavy metal contaminated groundwater. And the research actually is funded by different federal agencies. Yeah, and yeah. So that's all my presentation. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Yeah. Oh, okay. It's okay. Sorry about the delay. Yeah. So please enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much. Yeah. So that's a great question. Yeah. So for most of the membranes, so after you use it for a certain time, so you have to clean it or you have to regenerate it. Yeah. So depending on the type of contaminants that are on the membrane surface, so we can use different process to clean the membrane after its usage. Yeah. So right now, so we can use some kind of diluted citric acid to clean the membrane, and we are expecting 5 years lifetime of this membrane. Yeah, but right now the longest testing time is 1 month. Yeah, so we are still working on a couple of pilot scale projects, and we want to verify what is the longest lifetime of this process, so we can achieve. Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you so much. It's a great. Thank you so much.
Please go there and present for us. We are giving you 12 minutes because of time. 12 minutes, please.
Applications. Depend on the flight zones, depend on the environment. We can have a varieties of applications and configurations for drones. Drones are classified from UAV, which stands for Unmanned Aerial Vehicle, to a smart DOS, which are basically DOS particle, and they can do whatever drone is doing. So in this spectrum, we have three classes of micro drones: micro, nano, and pico aerial vehicle, that they can be a mosquito-inspired drones or insect-sized drones into controlling the live insects and use them as a drone. So there are 4 different categories of drones based on their flight configuration, flight mechanism, which stands for horizontal takeoff landing, or HTOL. We have vertical takeoff landing. We have hybrid drones, as well as the bio-based drones, and this is the area of my research. So each one of these configurations, they are appropriate for in the high altitude. So I talked about Dandelion. This is one of my new projects. It's funded by National Science Foundation recently, and I'm looking for 2 graduate students to hire. Is our Dandelion-inspired sensor for weather monitoring, or for another application that I'll show you later. So Dandelion sees the creative vortex ring above them once you're exposed to the wind, and they will be able to carry microelectronics for monitoring the environment. They include the humidity, temperature, the type of gas, and so on. So these are very tiny flying sensors that the maximum size can be about 3 grams. And this one at the right side bottom is about 0.3 grams. And they are solar powered and with the solar energy, as well as with piezoelectric bending transducer, they will be able to harness energy because they are batteryless, and send energy, harness energy, and using a backscatter communication to transfer data to another robot or drone. So here is an example. As you can see, drones are flying, and they would deploy those Dandelion seeds. And we are thinking about having a swarm of the drones that they can carry about thousands of this 1 gram or 2 gram sensor, disperse them in the air, and they can collect information. So for any places like, for example, Martian lava tubes, which are the volcanic caves on Mars, and NASA has not been able to send any robots there because the robots are huge. So we have been looking at this multi-agent drone systems that they can carry our bio-inspired robot or other types of terrestrial robots and drop these Dandelion seeds inside of these lava tubes to collect informations. So here I want to talk about a little bit about the future of the drone technology. So the concept of advanced air mobility or a smart city, this is something that next 5-10 years we will see in urban areas. Integration of the drones in our communities. So drones by today, as I said, they have about 200 applications. They can be used as emergency drones, for firefighting drones, or pollution monitoring, infrastructure inspection. So now the question is that how we are going to integrate drones to our cities. So they need a station to get charged, or they need an airport, which we call it vertiport or vertical airport. So one of the projects that we have is funded by NASA and National Science Foundation US, is to look at the 3 inspired structures that they can house our drones and charge our drones. So this is inspired from the nests of the birds, as well as the hives of the honeybees or wasps, because those are the nests that would allow the birds to basically survive and live. So we have been looking at the same concepts of the 3 inspired vertiports that they can house drones, charge drones. Drones will be able to deploy their data there, or drop their data there, and they can be protected from the rain and also from another environmental effects. So this is one of them that we have currently built, is for orphaned oil and gas fields, that one of their big challenges is methane gas leakage. So we have been looking at having a sustainable monitoring system, which basically these vertiports can be deployed for months in orphaned oil and gas, and deploy drones, and we'll use the machine learning techniques in order to have a swarm of the drones for monitoring the methane gas leakage and find the sources of the leakage. So this is one of our example of our projects that we are currently working on. So as you can see, drones make a swarm and will be able to collect information. So this is for the time that you want to have constant monitoring. So another project is 2 other projects that we have been doing in the collaboration with the mining departments is a multidisciplinary research that we want to integrate drone technology in underground mines. So once you talk about mines, it means that we are dealing with the dust environment, GPS denied, as well as dark. So it's very, very complicated to fly drones in indoor spaces. So that brought us to developing some safe platforms, or intrinsically safe drones, which they can fly in the indoor spaces. So this is an spherical drones. We actually started this project with the capstone projects, and then we received the funding from the Alpha Foundation, which the main objective was to develop intrinsically safe drones or permissible drones. So once we talk about coal mines, so in the US, you have the Mine Health and Safety Association, which they have a very restrictive tool for any electronic that goes in the coal mine. And any electronic that should be inside of the container with a 1/4 inch steel, which is basically impossible for a drone to fly. So the alpha projects that we have been doing last 4 years is to develop the first permissible or intrinsically safe drones for this type of Class 1, Division 1, and Class 1, Division 2 industries. So here, this drone is made of the composite, can stand for 150 psi pressure. And now the only concern is that how we are going to protect the electronics from the outside, which it can be in the presence of the methane gas. So here, we developed the new propulsion systems, including the batteries that they are protected. So here, the motors and propellers, they are connected through the magnetic couplers, and they are rotated to magnetic force. So everything is inside of this enclosure, which is made of the specific composite, can stand 150 psi pressure. And if anything happens, so will happen inside of this enclosure. So this is one of our first flight tests that we did. So as you can see, so the drones are flying, but it's a really heavy drone because permissibility add weight. So now our new objective is to reduce the weight of this explosive-proof drones, I would say. The temperature in the underground coal mines, based on the regulations, should be less than 25 degrees Celsius. And as you can see here, our drone is about 13 degrees Celsius. This means that our heat sinks, which are mitigating the heat generated by electronics, they're working. So there are other projects which we are doing with the NIOSH, National Institute of Health and Safety Association in the US, is having a multi-agent drone robot system for search and rescue in underground mines. So our projects is basically having a robot which would carry a drone and also another sensor packages, and they can be deployed by this robot, create mapping, and use those sorts of multi-agent system for search and rescue during the time of the accident. So here our main objective is that our robot is moving, it would be able to map the environment, and wherever it is stuck, it starts to deploy the drones, and drones will do the same thing. But now we are dealing with the GPS-denied environment that we want to have our drone land over the UGV or unmanned ground vehicle in that condition. So one of the bio-inspired concepts that we applied is that how bumblebees communicate with the flowers, and they can exactly land over the flowers with taking advantage of the magnetic field that's generated by flowers. So flowers, they are creating a very weak magnetic field, and these insects, they have a small hairs in the legs, and once they get close to the magnetic field of the flowers, because of static charge, those hairs start to vibrate. And through that vibration, they will understand where is the sources of the magnetic field. So that's how bumblebees, they can land exactly over the flowers. So we inspire from this, and we are developing some precision landing capabilities for the drones that they can land over our UGV during this search and rescue conditions. So at New Mexico Tech, this is one of the lab in the mining department that we have created a platform to test our robot. So as you can see, this robot is moving, it deployed the drones, and while it's moving, it's also dropped this egg-inspired sensor package, which I'll talk about that shortly. So this is one of the testing that we did like months ago in the Missouri experimental mines. So as you can see it here, our drone is flying inside, and it's trying to map the environment. It creates a map and would be able, so this is applicable to Roman pillar or any types of mines that they are GPS denied, and our robot is also able to move in a very extreme condition, as you can see it here. So this map is created by drone while flying inside of the mine, and this is the map is also creating by our robot once it's moving in the mine. So as you can see, if an accident happened in the mine, and its map is going to change. So we want to have a real-time monitoring of the situation. So this is a scenario that we have defined for our robot to create this map, but the situation might change. So for example, the level of oxygen or carbon dioxide or methane gas leakage. So because of this, we have developed this egg-inspired sensor packages that they will be dropped by this robot, and they are trying to collect the real-time information, including the temperature, humidity, the type of the relative gases, and all of those information will be sent to our robot and drone. And they will decide to change their path planning in order to have the highest efficient the path to find the trap miner or for explorations. So beside this project, one aspect of our NIOSH projects is to develop training through the virtual reality for rescuer team. So here we have built games to show the rescuer teams that how to deal with this type of technology and how to decide while they are in this type of situations. So just an example to show you, this is a game that we have developed, and we have 3 trap miner, and we want to use self-rescuing. So here we have those egg robots that they are collecting information and they are sending to a robot and also to the people that they are carrying sensor between themselves. So they know exactly what is the level of oxygen, what is the level of carbon dioxide, and in this game we'll see that how rescuer team, they decide which way they can go to find a trap miner, or also for the self-rescuing. So here, this map shows that how long does it take, what path they are taking, and also studying that how much they have been exposed to the carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide. So here you see that they found the first trap miners, and here we also studying the human interactions with the environment. So for example, studying the cyber sickness in the VR and how your decision is affecting, is funding the past compared to our robotic systems. So these are basically the type of the projects we have been doing. And I want to talk about an application of the drones for wildlife monitoring. So this is a project was seen by 6 billion people across the world, making a dead bird or taxidermy naturally dead birds as a nature-friendly drones for wildlife monitoring. So this is a project that we did, is basically getting, if you want to monitor the wildlife, the current drones create a lot of noise and animals will be scared and scattered. So what we did actually, we built a drone out of the carcasses of the birds, which are naturally birds, and did a reverse engineering to make them as a flapping wing drones that they can be used for wildlife monitoring. So one of the another application of this is, for example, if you go to the airports that near the ocean, one of the big challenges is bird strike. So a flock of the birds can get into the airplanes and they can hurt or they can also cause problem with the engine. So here we have been looking at developing this type of drones. I don't know how much time I have. I want to show you, if time is over, okay. Okay, this doesn't have an audio. Anyway, so here at New Mexico Tech, if you're interested, we have about 10 research labs for our drone and robotic research. And also we have been talking about starting a drone major that would basically be mainly applied and a fundamental. So probably next 2 years this program is going to build. If anybody interested to do a grad school or also undergraduate in drone major, this is something new that we will have it at New Mexico Tech very soon. So thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Mustafa. Please, if you have some questions, we'll take it quick ones. Because this topic is different from the next one. So we want to take questions. Any questions? Any questions? Okay, please, yes.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Mustafa. I like every bit of your presentation. So some of my questions are in two folds. First is about the vision of the robots that are used for the underground mines. I want to understand. You know, there are sometimes there could be smoke or maybe like dust. Are there some special sensors that you integrate in these robots that enable them to see very well in those areas? And then
Technology, but I think you are specializing on bio drones. Why is it that your direction, or let me say, your research is based on that?
So my area is drones with the integration of biomimicry. So basically, as you saw in that example, like for example, those egg-inspired sensors, right? So that's something that's coming from nature. So nature, it has optimized itself through the millions of years through the evolution. And sometimes, for example, for optimization algorithms, so if you look at, for example, particle swarm optimization, or look at the genetic algorithms, they're all bio-inspired concepts. So bio-inspiration, specifically from the locomotion and energy perspective, they give us an efficient solution for many engineering problems, right? So half of my research is integration of biomimicry in increasing the efficiency of robotic systems, including the drones.
Okay, thank you. So please, during the lunch break, you can still interact with him. We'll take our next presentation. So, Dr. Mustafa, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll take our next presentation on machine learning applications in reservoir characterization by Dr. Ampoma.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for sticking around to listen to us, even at this time. So I'll talk about how we have integrated machine learning or artificial intelligence in which is going to be more like the historical data. So we want to be able to minimize the mismatches between those. Now, once we are able to get a perfect history matching, then we can go back and rerun on only one model. So we've done with a big model, we reduce it to a very small model, and then we go through the process to come up with a solution. And once we get the solution, then we can go back and see if that solution works best on the bigger model. So in our petroleum engineering problem, or let's say with regards to reservoir engineering problem, we do have classes. Now the class A, it is more like what is the data that we are going to get? What is the input data that we are going to use for our particular model that we're working with? Now, we do have some characterization data, which will more or less be the seismic data, VSP data, well logs, core data, mechanical data, and microseismic data. So these are data that we are getting right from the field. And the fluid data is going to be, once we take fluid from the reservoir, we take that to the lab and do analysis on that. And then also, we can take rock, and then we combine that with fluid. And that one will give us something we call the rate of and also the capillary pressure. And also, we do have engineering design parameters that we get right from the site. And that is going to be where we place our well that we are drilling. If it is an injection well or a production well, we do know where it is. How many wells are we drilling? That is a pattern. How many spaces? What is the spaces between one well to the other? What is the timeline for us to inject, or let's say drill our injection wells? Are they all coming on stream right at the start? Or we do have some timelines that we are going to bring them on? And even what type of fluid that we are going to inject? And also, what are the responses? The responses is after we drill the well and we start production, what are we getting from the well? We are getting oil, we are getting gas, we are getting water, we are getting pressure data, and then we are also getting stresses from our VSP. And if it is microseismic too, we are getting moment magnitude. So how do we bring all of this together to solve a reservoir engineering problem? For us, what we will do is to come up, in a normal algebraic expression, we'll have A, which is the class A data, multiply by class B data to give you class C data. Now, the problem here is that we do know what the class C data is. We do know what it is. And then we do know what the B is. So then in an inverse problem, we can do C divided by B to be able to get what? A. And once we do that, then that really helps us to more or less, with that understanding, helps us to come up with something we call the machine learning workflow for reservoir simulation. So where we will start with is a big model, and then we will train that model. We'll train that model to develop proxies, and we'll try to see if we are able to predict what the field is giving us. And once we're able to do that, then it means we've been able to reduce the computational time and then still be able to get the better results. And this is all, so this is something that I've developed in my team that we've used for almost all our reservoir simulation problems, mostly in reservoir simulations. And when we talk about optimization, there are two ways that we can do it. One will be weighted sum method. That means that if we want to optimize oil production and then gas production, are we giving them the same weight, 1:1, or which one is more important than the other? So that one is more or less assigning a particular weight to the problem that we are looking for, or that we are looking to solve, and that is optimization. How do we get to the optimum solution when we have multiple responses? And there is one that is based on Pareto front method, and that is more, what that works is that we give multiple range of solutions, so that when you go into discussing with a company, or let's say a decision maker, you are not giving them only one solution. You're giving them multiple solutions for them to choose from. And that is the one that we normally use. Now, one application that I've used in my research team is to be able to use machine learning to extract geological information. So this one is an example where we have 3D seismic data. So for those of you who are not familiar with 3D seismic data, it is a geophysical data that we collect right from subsurface. We've been able to develop a machine learning algorithm that we are able to identify geological features such as faults that are not readily easily seen when you are doing a manual pick. I will take one example and show you how in my team we've utilized the application of artificial intelligence and then also machine learning. Machine learning is embedded in artificial intelligence, right? So when I'm showing you some of the optimization algorithms like the particle swarm that Mustafa talked about, those are AI. right? But when we talk about this, the support vector machines, those are the machine learning algorithms, right? So the problem that I use this approach to solve is we do have a data set from Texas, and the government gave us huge amount of money to be able to develop this area that you see in brown to see where we can store CO2. Now, in our case, we did had a location, we did had a site that was in Texas, and our responsibility was to monitor the injection of 1 million metric tons of CO2 in there. So my responsibility is to see how I can co-optimize oil recovery and then also the CO2 storage. The company is interested in recovering more oil, but the government is interested in sequestering more CO2. So how do I create an optimization problem in such a way that I satisfy the operator and at the same time I satisfy the government? So this is the location of our field. It is in Texas, and we do have two sources of CO2 that comes in. One is from a power plant, is from ethanol power plant, and the other one is from a fertilizer. And as of 2020, we've already injected 1.5 million metric tons of CO2. You can only see from here. Okay, so we've already injected 1.5 million metric tons of CO2 in there. And we've stored about 93% of the CO2 that we've injected, right? So my optimization problem, at least, I need to be able to store about 93% of the CO2 that we are collecting and still be able to recover a significant amount of oil. So let me go through this fast. Now, for us who are geoscientists, we do know that we can also use machine learning to help us to identify multiple correlations with regards to, let's say, porosity and permeability relationships. Now, we did a history matching using machine learning algorithms that I showed you before. We did our primary history matching, secondary, and then tertiary. And that is the plot that I'm showing you. You will see that the historical data and then the simulated data are all matching perfectly. Now, once I've been able to do the history matching and I'm satisfied with that history matching, what next? How do I forecast into the future with regards to optimizing oil recovery and at the same time optimizing the CO2 storage? So here on the plot that you are seeing is the timeline for the amount of CO2 that we are going to purchase from the two locations that I showed you. Now, we had about 37 parameters that could contribute to, let's say, the objective function. When I say the objective function, it's going to be the oil recovery and then also the CO2 storage. Going through the sensitivity analysis, we're able to reduce that to about 12 parameters instead of the 37 parameters. Now, for our base case that we are going to compare to, these are the parameters that goes into it, and this is a techno-economic analysis. So you see royalties that we pay to the field owners, or let's say the landowners, and then also the government, the taxes, the oil price, the injection cost, the amount that is required to treat the water, the CO2 injection cost, the CO2 purchase price. So all these parameters are what goes into the economic analysis for the techno-economic analysis. Okay. So what is the machine learning workflow that we used? We're going to run multiple numerical simulations based on the parameters that I showed, the 12 parameters, and we're going to have multiple data set, and we call that training data set. And we are going to use support vector regression method to build proxies. When I say proxies, it means analytical solution. You know, it's just an analytical solution, trying to reduce the problem to, let's say, an algebraic equation. And we're going to build a Pareto front. Model for that, and then we are going to validate that and then also give that to the decision makers. So like I said, we have 37 operational parameters. We reduce that to 12 based on the sensitivity analysis that we did. And this is one of the results that you are seeing. And here it is a multi-objective function. So you see that F1 is the amount of oil that is increased, the incremental oil production. And then also we do have F2, or the function 2 is the incremental CO2 storage. And on the right, on the top part is going to be the MPV. So we try to merge all this together using machine learning approach, or let's say artificial intelligence, to be able to help us to get the optimum solution. And what we do is that we give those to the decision makers. And each solution that they pick, it can tell them how all these functions are all interdependent on each other. I'm going to wrap up quickly, and this is some of the results, and we're going to make the presentations available to the team so you can have access to that. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but just to show you that we're able to use machine learning to be able to do multi-objective function, to be able to increase oil recovery, and then at the same time store CO2, and then also increase MPV. And then we also do optimization under uncertainty, where we are able to have our results in terms of P90, P50, and then P10 as well. So I'm going to end here so that, Prof, we can probably move on to have some food.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Please, any questions for him? Yeah. Yes, one question, please.
Hello. Right, thank you. The parameters we get from the field, can you hear me? Okay. The parameters we get from the field for this simulation, from these machine learning problems, they are very huge. I'm talking about the number of features you get. So you talked about how you reduce the number of features from 20 something to 12, I think. What models did you use, or what techniques did you use in reducing them? And also you talked about classical machine learning models like SVR and this. Did you try deep learning models as well? Okay.
So what parameters are actually going into the model to impact the objective function, right? So in our case, we are going to have the bottom hole pressure, we are going to have, let's say, the wax cycles, the injection rate, the injection pressure. These are all parameters, okay? But which parameters really contributes to the objective function? So we go through using Latin hypercube sampling. So you have to use a design experimental algorithms to sample these parameters, right? You give the range, the maximum, the minimum, right? And then we can sample between them. And even sometimes you have to pick the distribution of these parameters, let's say how the range, how they are distributed. And you use that, let's say, Latin hypercube sampling approach to go through the sensitivity analysis. And after we go through the sensitivity analysis, then we see the tornado plot and see that these parameters are more sensitive to my objective function than these. And then we try to be able to cap it. So that is how we went from 37 to 12. So we were able to use only the 12 to do the proxy modeling, or let's say to build the machine learning-based proxy model for our, let's say, for our optimization problem. Now we try multiple algorithms, right? SVR is one of them. Even the neural network, we try that as well. And then even there is a random forest. There are multiple algorithms as well. But we try multiple of them. But in this particular case, it was the SVR that I presented on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Prof,
So,
has one.
please, because of time, we need to
Never
do a
go
bit.
talk to Prof then. Okay.
Yes, so lunch you can talk. We'll take the last presentation by Dr. Bessa so we can go for lunch. Please.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I have 10 minutes, so I'm starting now. My name is Enoch Bessa. My presentation is on digitization of indigenous weather forecasts, which reduce climate risks of farmers in the Pra River Basin of Ghana. This will be my outline. I'm sure you've been experiencing some of the impact of climate change, and that has been affecting farmers as well. And according to an earlier research in the Pra Basin, we realized that about 70% of the farmers, they rely on their indigenous knowledge to forecast the weather activities of the day in making decisions on what to do on their farm. They perceive that the scientific forecast from Ghana Met is not that reliable. So the issue was, how do we verify these indigenous forecasts that they have been relying on in order to improve it so that they can be more resilient to climate change? And in gathering these data from the farmers, we'll be able to ascertain to which level their knowledge can help improve their adaptation strategies and also build a database for any machine learning. If, let's say, we want to improve it, not using human knowledge, but want to build algorithms for forecasting indigenous weather activities in the Pearl Basin. My objective of this presentation is first to determine the skill of these forecasters, that is, verify whether what they are perceiving is true or not. And second, to look at how it's their awareness and knowledge of this digitized weather forecasting system can improve their yield and their food security status. So this is the Pearl River Basin, is the largest in the southwestern basins of Ghana. It's cut across 3 regions, 4 regions actually, and we selected 3, we worked in 3 districts, that is Ashanti, Eastern, and Central. We didn't work in the Western region. And for each region, we worked in 1 district. In the earlier research, we used 5 districts, but now, because of the focus of this work, we looked at 1 district where farmers were more acceptable to the introduction of this technology. And in the district, we worked with 4. We were supposed to work with 5, but some communities later dropped out. So for Obuasi East, we had 4 communities, and each community we selected 2 forecasters. And we didn't do the selection by ourselves. We met the community people, and they chose individuals that have been giving them their own predictions from their knowledge of how they use ecological indicators, and it's worked. So they voted on the people, and the best 2 was what we used for the study. In Eastern region, we had 5 communities, but 9 forecasters. And Central region, we had 8. So in total, there were 25. And first, we organized a mental model workshop where we brought them together using the mental modeler to look at the things they use in forecasting the daily weather and the seasonal climate activities, such as onset. Then we use this to build the accuracy level, how they predict it, what gives them the highest accuracy, what rainfall intensity do they use them to predict. Then from that, we coded whatever information we gathered from the mental model into the Supply mobile app. And each farmer was given a mobile phone for the forecast because we wanted to know whether what they have been saying is true or not. So this is the training. We gave each farmer a mobile phone with the Supply mobile app, which had their ecological indicators as pictures because some of the farmers were not formally educated. So with pictures, they're able to know, okay, if I want to use wind, this is wind. Then we'll be able to trace their forecasting. And after the forecasting, this is how the results we're able to extract the result from the Supply mobile app in the form of a CSV file. And from this, we'll be able to validate their forecasting, whether there will be rain. Our interest was their ability to forecast a rainfall event. So no rain, we're not interested in what is causing no rain. It's just the rainfall. And we looked at the ecological indicators. They themselves gave us the type of rainfall intensity we should be expecting. Then to validate or verify, each forecaster, we installed a garden rain gauge on their compound and taught them, we gave them a book and taught them how to record daily. So they take 2 types of readings, that is in the morning and in the evening. Just in case there is a rainfall event and the gauge will be full, we told them you can pour it and record that. In the evening time, you record the second one. And in the morning, we were using 9 a.m. so that we can stick to the standard protocols of meteorological readings. And in the evening, we use 6. So they do 2 kinds of forecasting. That is, in the morning, before 9, they will do the first forecast. That is for 12 hours. So in the evening, we will check whether that forecast came to pass or not. And in the evening, they will do another one, which will last for 24 hours. So in the next morning, we'll verify that And for their yield, we just compared the 2022 and 2023 cropping year, and also use the household food insecurity assess score to check their food insecurity assets. These are the demography of the farmers. Majority were in the ages of 41 to 60, and most of them had education up to JHS or middle school certificate. And their household sizes, majority was 6 to 10. And according to them, after the training, it was easy to use the app in making their forecast and also recording the readings from the rain gauges. And majority had farming experience of over 25 years. And so from the ecological indicators, these were the astronomical indicators that they used most: stars, clouds, sun, moon, wind, and the others were fog, dew, and heat. And the results showed that out of the 9 forecasters in Atiwa, 8 of them were able to forecast 24 hours and 12 hours, about 40%. About 40% were correct. And the highest, which was for even the 24 hours, was 85. In Asimfosu, there were only 5 forecasters that had above 60% for the 24 hours. And 3 of them had about 50 for the 12 hours and 24 hours, which means majority of them were below the 50%. At Obuasi, majority of them were below even 40%. Only one had about 50% for the 24 hours. And according to them, it was because of currently the changes that they are experiencing with the ecological indicators they are using in their area. And the highest indicator was cloud, followed by sun. And after the 2 years, we realized that the farmers assessing only maize, this is only maize, their yield was far below their district yield as well as the national yield, and not to compare it with the potential yield for the nation. However, there was an increase from the previous season to the current season that they were using the app between 1 to 12%. And assessing their food security status, majority they were having secured food access, while some of them, a few of them, were between the middle food insecure, and 12% were about they were severely, according to what we gathered, food insecure. So in conclusion, farmers, although they were saying their forecasting system was better, according to our findings, is between 22 to 59 for the 12-hour interval prediction and about 64 for the 24-hour prediction. And the digitizing within the 1 year period that we assessed had increased their yield by 12%, and about 58% of the forecasters have secured access to food, while the remaining are somehow insecure in accessing food. So we recommend that we could repeat, if there is a possibility of repeating this work across other locations and in other seasons, to further validate the accuracy. And also building the capacity of the farmers and bringing them on board for co-designing any project that has to do with the local people helps with its sustainability. So we recommend that any project that wants to go with the farmers should do that. Because we are done with the project data collection, but they are still calling that they want to continue. So I think co-designing with them is the way forward. These are the project was funded by Farleaf, University of Pretoria, International Foundation of Science, and through my department, WASCA, and we work with MOFA, the Department of Agric in the Tre District, and also a partner in International Water Management Institute. And 3 students worked on this. They've already graduated. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, any questions? We'll take 1 or 2 questions. I just wanted to know whether you try to compare their accuracy in forecasting with the official GBET forecasting or the national forecasting.
We didn't compare that because of the spatial resolution. We rather verified their own with the rain gauge on their compound.
Okay, thank you. Please, any questions? Okay, so we are behind time, so we'll quickly go for lunch. Dr. Bessa will be around at the lunch place, so if you have any questions, you can ask from there. So thank you guys for your time. Please, we join the lunch.